maxim, make it new. Once again, very warm and pleasant greetings of the day to the President of International E-Conference, Your Excellency, Bishop Jose Chittuparambil, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vijay Deshani, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, distinguished keynote speaker, Padma Shri Professor Sitanshu Yashash Chandra, renowned modern poet and critic, former President, Gujarati Sahitya Parishad, our esteemed guests of honor, Dr. Praveen C. Chauhan, Dean, Arts Faculty, Saurashtra University, Dr. Eros Waja, Chairman, Board of Studies, English, Saurashtra University, Dr. Jaideep C. Dodia, other than Chairman, Board of Studies, English, Saurashtra University, Patron of International E-Conference, Reverend Father Dr. Jomon Thomanna, Director, Christ Campus, Conference Chair, Dr. Yvonne Fernandez, Principal, Christ College, Rajkot, Dr. KJ Thankachan, Principal, Christ Institute of Management, Ms. Nymphia Gogia, Principal, Christ Polytechnic Institute, Dr. Tisha Roy, Head, Department of English, Christ College, respected teachers from the Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies, Saurashtra University, Conference Convener, Mr. Parth Joshi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Christ College, Conference Co-Convener, Mr. Robin Thomas, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Christ College, erudite members of the academia, learned faculty members, and the scholarly participants from various parts of India and around the globe. I, Bhavisha Vyas, Assistant Professor from the Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot, welcome you all with pride and pleasure to the International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism, organized by the Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot. Modernism is, in its broadest definition, fresh thought, character, or practice. More specifically, the term describes the movement, its set of cultural tendencies, an array of associated artistic, literary, aesthetic, and cultural movements originally arising from wide-scale and far-reaching changes to Western society in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The poet Ezra Pound's 1934 injunction to make it new was paradigmatic of the movement's approach towards the obsolete, not in use anymore, having been replaced by something newer and better or more fashionable. This tradition of the new finding expression in multiple artistic modes like painting, architecture, sculpture, cinema, found its peak in literature in the early 1920s, when the immense panorama of futility and anarchy led to the publication of over a dozen modernist works by Eliot, Joyce, Pound, Woolf, Kafka, Proust, etc., in a single year, that is 1922, thus making it a year of high modernism. As we read this in 2021, Eliot had already submitted the draft of The Wasteland to Pound by the end of 1921. Academia worldwide has already begun the centennial celebrations of high modernism, and hence we are fortunate to have organized this International E-Conference on 100 years of high modernism. Let us proceed. Prayer should not be regarded as a duty which must be performed, but rather as a privilege to be enjoyed, or rare delight that is always revealing some new beauty. Light gives off itself freely, filling all available space. It does not seek anything in return. It gives of itself and is not thereby diminished. On this online forum, let us virtually light the lamp, which is symbolic of enlightenment and true knowledge that dispels ignorance, thereby liberating the seeker.
तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय.
This visual rendition of the lighting of the lamp with Christ Campus's motto, Prajwalito Gyanmai Pradeepa, meaning let the lamp of knowledge be lit, is created by Mr. Harvin Popat, a third year student of BA. I take this opportunity to request the principal of Christ College, Rajkot, Dr. Yvonne Fernandez, who is also the conference chair, to welcome the guests and participants.
Warm greetings of the day. President of the conference, Most Reverend Bishop Jose Chittiparambil, Bishop of the Diocese of Rajkot, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vijay Deshani, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, Keynote Speaker, Padma Shri, Professor Sitanshu Yashash Chandra, our guests of honor, Dr. Praveen C. Chauhan, Dean, Arts Faculty, Saurashtra University, Dr. Iroz Waja, Chairman, Board of Studies, Saurashtra University, Professor Jaideep C. Dodia, other than Chairman, Board of Studies, Saurashtra University. Patron of the conference, Reverend Father Dr. Joe Muntamana, Director, Christ Campus. Principals of our sister concern, Dr. K.J. Tankachan and Ms. Nympha Gogia. Faculties from various colleges across the country. Session chairs, distinguished guests. Dr. Tisha Roy, Head Department of English, Christ College. Conference convener, Mr. Parth Joshi. Co-convener, Mr. Robin Thomas. Esteemed staff members, delegates, and my dear students. With immense pleasure, I welcome you all to the International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism, organized by the Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot. Christ Campus, a center for higher learning, includes 3 institutes: Christ Arts, Science and Commerce College, Christ Polytechnic Institute, and Christ Institute of Management. Christ College stands as a source of knowledge to its students and entrusts them with the responsibility to share what they have received with the society and the world at large. Thus, it aims at creating a better society in all respects. Since its inception in 1998, Christ College has emphasized on an all-inclusive development of the students. It is known for spreading quality education to the young generation. Affiliated to Saurashtra University and recognized by UGC, the college provides undergraduate courses in arts, science, commerce, management, and computer applications, and postgraduate course, MSc Microbiology. Along with academics, the college organizes activities to ensure multidimensional growth of the students. The college has been organizing national and international conferences, symposia, and workshops that expose students and faculties to the latest global developments in relevant academic arenas. This conference celebrates 100 years of modernism, a socio-cultural landmark in human history that has changed the face of human existence forever. Modernism concerns each one of us and every moment in our lives, hence the relevance of such a conference. With immense pleasure, I welcome the President of the conference, His Excellency Bishop Jose Chittiparambil, the Bishop of the Diocese of Rajkot. Thank you, Your Excellency, for accepting our invitation and gracing this conference. On behalf of the entire Christ College fraternity, I extend a hearty welcome to you, Your Excellency. I extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vijay Dasani, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University. Sir is known for his versatility as an academician and administrator. A dynamic and visionary leader, Sir has been rendering his presence at various functions and programs. Sir, your presence at our programs encourages and motivates each one of us. We are honored by your consent to grace this function as the chief guest. A hearty welcome to our keynote speaker, Padma Shri Professor Sitanshu Yashash Chandra, a renowned modernist poet, critic, former President Gujarat Sahitya Parishad, National Sahitya Academy winner, as well as the chief editor of the Encyclopedia of Indian Literature, Sahitya Academy. Sir is a recipient of many awards. We are highly honored and privileged to have you as a keynote speaker. We extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. I cordially welcome our guests of honor, Dr. Praveen C. Chauhan, Dean, Arts Faculty, Saurashtra University, Dr. Iroz Waja, Chairman, Board of Studies English, Saurashtra University, Professor Jaideep Sidodia, other than Chairman, Board of Studies, Saurashtra University. It's a pleasure to have you all with us today. Welcome, sirs. I extend a hearty welcome to our campus director and patron of the conference, Reverend Father Dr. Joman Tamanna. A very warm welcome to the principals of our sister concern, Dr. K.J. Tankachan, Principal, Christ Institute of Management, and Ms. Nymphia Gogia, Principal, Christ Polytechnic Institute. With immense pleasure, I would like to welcome the distinguished session chairs, faculty members from the Department of English, Saurashtra University, and the faculty members from various colleges across the country. I also welcome Dr. Tisha Roy, Head of the Department of English, Christ College, Conference Convener, Mr. Parth Joshi, and Co-Convener, Mr. Robin Thomas. A hearty welcome to my dear and esteemed members on the staff of Christ College and my very dear students. I also welcome the delegates and paper presenters from across the country who have registered and will be enriching the conference through the diverse insights. I wish all the delegates a very fruitful interaction, every success in your deliberation and presentation. Once again, I cordially welcome you all to the International E-Conference 2021 on 100 Years of High Modernism, organized by the Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Reverend Father Dr. Jomon Thomanna is the director, Christ Campus, and the patron of International E-Conference. I would like to invite Father for his directorial address.
A very warm morning to one and all. The president of the conference, His Excellency Bishop Jose Chittuparambil, Bishop of Rajkot, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vijay Dasani, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University, keynote speaker of the day, Professor Padma Shri Sitanshu, guest of honors, Dr. Praveen Singh Chauhan, Dr. Iroz Waja, Dr. Jaideep Singh Dodia, the faculty from the Department of English of the Saurashtra University, the conference chair, Dr. Van Fernandez, the principal of Christ College, the other principals in the campus, convener, Mr. Parth Joshi, the convener, Mr. Robin Thomas, Dr. Tisha Roy, the HOD of English department, participants from across the globe, and the faculty members of the Department of Christ College, and my dear students. Any serious discussion on knowledge leads to higher thinking, resulting in a new discourse. Having imbibed a better understanding of the deep-root realities of life and modernism, as a moment and spirit of an age approaching everything new light, has paved the way for a great number of perceptions as well as theories in literature, philosophy, and arts, and many other fields of knowledge. Hence, a conference on high modernism is apt and has all the more relevance today. As the director of Christ Campus, Rajkot, it's my pleasure to state that Christ College proudly owns a host of committed faculty members who dare to dream, dream to venture, and venture to action, and hence is this conference that has brought together many educational as well as literary stars and a galaxy of knowledge seekers and knowledge lovers. I congratulate the entire team of this e-conference, very especially Dr. Ian Fernandez, Principal, Dr. Tisha Roy, the HOD, Mr. Parth Joshi, the convener, Mr. Robin Thomas, the co-convener, and other staff members and students who are part of this in organizing this conference. Acknowledging the presence of all the dignitaries and appreciating all the delegates from across the globe, I welcome you all once again to have a very fruitful sharing of thoughts on the frontier areas of modernism. May God bless you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you for such motivation, Father. Our guest of honor for International E-Conference is Dr. Praveen C. Chauhan, Dean, Faculty of Arts, Saurashtra University. Sir happens to be the youngest dean among all the faculties in Saurashtra University. He's also a syndicate member. He's currently serving as a principal of Bosamia College, Jodhpur. He holds a doctoral degree in Hindi literature. Sir has presented various papers nationally and internationally and has a wide experience of research. May I now humbly invite our guest of honor of International E-Conference, Dr. Praveen C. Chauhan, for his greetings to the participants. Chauhan sir, if I may interrupt you, you're not audible.
मेरी आवाज पहुंच रही है?
जी सर, आप पहुंच रही है।
हाँ, पहुंच रही। नमस्कार, माफी चाहता हूँ, थोड़ा मुझे ये पूछने में थोड़ा वक्त मैंने ले लिया। आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर अंग्रेजी विभाग क्राइस्ट कॉलेज के तत्वाधान में इंटरनेशनल ई कॉन्फ्रेंस
चौहान सर, आपकी आवाज वापस शायद म्यूट हो गई है। म्यूट। चौहान सर, आपसे निवेदन करना चाहूंगी, आपका जो माइक का बटन है वो अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा आपको।
चांसलर डॉक्टर साहब, आज के इस अधिवेशन के मुख्य वक्ता जो है पद्मश्री सितांशु जी, हमारे सबके सम्मानीय जो है चेयरमैन डॉक्टर इरोज, अदर देन चेयरमैन डॉक्टर जयदीप सिंह जी, आदरणीय फादर डॉक्टर जोमन थमन्ना जी, जिसके कंधे पर जिन्होंने ये सारी जिम्मेदारियां निभा रखी है और बखूबी निभा रहे हैं, ऐसी प्रिंसिपल महोदया डॉक्टर इवोन फर्नांडिस, इस अधिवेशन के संयोजक पार्थ जोशी जी, थॉमस जी, विभाग के अध्यक्ष दिशा रॉय जी, और क्राइस्ट कॉलेज कैंपस के अलग अलग जो विभाग है उससे जुड़े हुए अलग अलग हमारे आदरणीय प्रिंसिपल साहब श्री, आज के कार्यक्रम में मतलब इंटरनेशनल ई कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े हुए हमारे सभी छात्र, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार है, प्रणाम है। बहुत ही बढ़िया विषय चुना हुआ है आपने, हाई मॉडर्निज्म यानी कि अति आधुनिकवाद। मेरा तो मुख्य विषय हिंदी है, मैं हिंदी का छात्र रहा हूँ, हिंदी का अध्यापक हूँ, तो हिंदी साहित्य में भी ये अति आधुनिकवाद जो है उसके संदर्भ में बहुत सारा साहित्य मिलता है, बहुत सारा साहित्य लिखा गया है, और वर्तमान समय में समय के साथ साथ चलने के लिए और हमारे छात्रों को अच्छी तरह से साहित्य दर्शन कराने के लिए ये जो विषय आपने चुना है, मैं बहुत बहुत आपको बधाई देता हूँ। क्राइस्ट कॉलेज एक सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी की बढ़िया कॉलेज है, हम बड़ी शान से गर्व से कहते हैं कि वो हमारी कॉलेज है। तो आपके इस कॉलेज में इस प्रकार का जो ये कार्यक्रम आपने रखा है, मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामना देता हूँ। हमारे बीच पद्मश्री सितांशु जी और हमारे होनहार उप कुलपति जी जब उपस्थित हैं, तब हमें उससे ही लाभान्वित होना होता है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा हम उसका लाभ लें, क्योंकि उसके पास जो अनुभव है उस अनुभव से हम कुछ न कुछ सीखे। इस प्रकार की बात करते हुए मैं दोबारा पूरे विभाग को, क्राइस्ट कॉलेज और कॉलेज के जितने भी संचालक हैं, हमारे आदरणीय फादर हैं, अध्यक्ष महोदय जो है बिशप जोश जी, प्रिंसिपल महोदय जो है फर्नांडिस मैडम और पार्थ जोशी जी, सबको मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामना देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं कि आए दिन आप इस प्रकार के कार्यक्रम प्रायोजित करते रहे और इससे ज्यादा से ज्यादा हमारे छात्रों को लाभ मिले, छात्र लाभान्वित हो, ऐसी हम अपेक्षा रखते हैं। आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामना देते हैं। और ये पूरा का पूरा कार्यक्रम, या तो ये जो सेमिनार आपने रखा है और जिस हेतु से रखा है वो हेतु पूर्ण रूप से सार्थक हो, ऐसी मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना भी करता हूँ। सबको मेरा प्रणाम, वंदन। भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और शुक्रिया चौहान सर। और जिस तरीके से आपने हमें लग रहा था कि हाई मॉडर्निज्म अगर इनको हिंदी में हम ट्रांसलेट करते हैं तो होगा उच्च आधुनिकतावाद, लेकिन जैसे आपने हिंदी में बयां किया है कि अति आधुनिकतावाद इसको कहा जाता है, और हिंदी साहित्य में भी आपने बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से इसका व्याख्यान दिया, उसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
धन्यवाद।
Our next guest of honor for international conference is Dr. Eros Vaja, Chairman, Board of Studies, English, Saurashtra University. Dr. Eros Vaja is an Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Matushri Veerbaima Mahila Arts College, Rajkot. He is the Executive Council Member of Indian Association for Canadian Studies and the chairperson of Board of Studies in English, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. He has represented India in the annual general meeting of IACS held at Ottawa, Canada in 2016. He also happens to have presented his paper in an international conference held at Tashkent, Uzbekistan in 2016. He has participated in GTEx held at Dubai, UAE in 2019. He is an academic counselor at Indira Gandhi National Open University. Moreover, he has done his master's in philosophy and journalism as well as mass communication. He stood university first in the examination of MJMC and has done his second PhD in mass communication. He has been honored with D.Lit by the University of South America for his dedication and exemplary services to the field of education, and also with Vedant Excellence Award 2020. May I now humbly invite our guest of honor of International E-Conference, Dr. Eros Waja, to greet the virtual forum.
Namaskar and good morning to all. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Honorable keynote speaker Padma Shri Shitanshu Mehta ji, Chief guest Dr. Vijay Bhai Desani sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Saurashtra University, Reverend Bishop Jose Chittu Parambil, respected Dr. Fernandez, Principal of the Christ College, respected Dr. Tamanna, Director of the Christ Campus, Dr. Praveen C. Chauhan, Dean Faculty of Arts and Syndicate Member of Saurashtra University, Professor Jaideep C. Dodia, Department of English and CLS, Dr. Parth Joshi, Convener of the conference, Co-Convener Mr. Robin Thomas, and the august participants, teachers, and scholars. First of all, I express my sense of gratitude for providing me the opportunity to say a few words to all of you and inviting me as the guest of honor to the International Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism organized by Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot. I also congratulate the Team Christ for organizing such a meaningful e-conference. In a poem entitled The Second Coming, which was composed in 1919, William Butler Yeats, W.B. Yeats, prominently writes that things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood dim tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is droned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. With these words, he mourns the perceived collapse of the order that had previously provided structure and meaning to human life. The embattled center in these words is not fated for complete dissolution. However, since the poem entitled Second Coming and written in the wake of the First World War's destructiveness anticipates the arrival of a new messianic force that has the ability to restore humankind to a state of spiritual and ontological harmony. High modernism is accepted shorthand for core phase of literary modernism in the 1920s when Eliot, T.S. Eliot, James Joyce, Ezra Pound, Woolf, Mann, Kafka, Proust, Goethe, and all others published pivotal works. Modernity relates to the modern era and the aesthetic qualities of modernism. However, modernity refers specially to the social conditions and relations that arise out of the modern period, usually as a result of capitalism and industrialization. Thus, modernity can be understood as the state of society during and following the process of modernism. Modernity and high modernity are concerned with human progress and potential of human intervention to bring about positive change in the structure of society. However, high modernity's visions of social change rely on the expertise of intellectuals and scientific innovation, making high modernity to a more intellectual project than its predecessors. Both concepts operates on the ambiguous understanding of what the final stage of social progress will entail. While modernity is retrospective in its prescriptions for the future and promotes organic growth. High modernity advocates a complete transformation of existing conditions and creations of blank slate. This break from the historical and geographical contexts of places often results in application of standardized models to a variety of locations, often with socially disturbing consequences. I wish all the very best to this international e-conference and I hope many more significant and intellectual talks in future. Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Thank you so much, sir. Our guest of honor for International E-Conference is Dr. Jaideep Singh Dodia, other than Chairman, Board of Studies, English, Saurashtra University. Professor Dodia is currently serving as a professor of English in the Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, and is the only directly recruited professor of English in Saurashtra University. Sir has been the former Dean of Arts, former head, Department of English and CLS, as well as former president of the Indian Association for Canadian Studies. Sir served as the in-charge Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University, Rajkot, for a short tenure in 2013. His areas of specialization include Indian writing in English, new literatures, Parsi fiction, English grammar, and English language teaching. Sir has guided 40 PhD scholars and 50 MPhil students successfully. One of them, it's my privilege and fortune that I also am being guided under his guidance. Moreover, Sir has visited various foreign universities as an academician and has a number of books published to his credit. May I now humbly invite our guest of honor of International E-Conference, Dr. Jaideep Singh Dodia, for his greetings to the participants.
Honorable President of today's International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism, His Excellency Bishop Jose Chittu Parambil, Chief Guest of today's International Conference and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University, Dr. Vijay Desani Sahib, Keynote Speaker, and former Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University, Padma Shri Sitanshu Yashas Chandra Mehta, Campus Director of Christ College, Reverend Father Joman Thomanna, Principal of Christ College, Ivan Fernandez, teachers of Christ College, participants, Dean, Faculty of Arts, Dr. Praveen Singh Chauhan, all invited participants and friends. It's a matter of immense pleasure that Christ College affiliated to Saurashtra University is organizing an international e-conference on 100 years of high modernism. It's a very relevant theme. Within specific time limit, I would not like to speak anything about the subject, but of course, the area that they have chosen for this particular international conference is excellent. Many eminent speakers have been invited to express their views on this. And I would like to say a couple of words about teamwork that we find in Christ College. Christ College, of course, is a very dedicated institution of higher education. During his visit to then President of India, Abdul Kalam, Honorable Abdul Kalam also had expressed his pleasure about this institute and the way it is functioning. Of course, there is a very good teamwork. Teachers and the management, they are dedicated to students or committed to students' all-round development. The type of missionary zeal and dedication that we find here is not found everywhere. That is my personal experience. As a Dean of Faculty of Arts, as the President of Indian Association for Canadian Studies, I have been to hundreds of Indian and foreign universities. I have seen many institutions of higher education, but the type of commitment to students' all-round development, the type of commitment to academic excellence that we find at Christ campus is found nowhere. And the teachers and students of Christ College are very fortunate that they have got excellent management with a vision. When visionary people are there in our management, then of course this institute is going to progress in future certainly. And even Father Joman Thomanna, campus director, he has a clear-cut roadmap that to what extent they can take this to this institute. I wish that today, of course, Christ College is a grade college accredited by NEC, and in future, I wish that this college will be, of course, a university. There is no doubt about it. The way it is progressing and the type of vision that I see in the management of Christ College gives me a clear signal that the future of this college is very bright. Our students, Tisha Roy, Parth Joshi, Bhavisa Vyas, Sister Alfonso, they are teaching in English department. They are also very fortunate to work under very dynamic management people. So I congratulate them also. I congratulate entire department of English. I, of course, appreciate the efforts of the management, and I thank organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here and to interact with all of you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of encouragement and motivation. We really appreciate and acknowledge and would stand by the expectations and aspirations which are there from Christ Campus. The chief guest for International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism is Dr. Vijay Deshani, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. Sir, we feel honored to have you here with us in the International E-Conference organized by the Department of English, Christ College. Life is a choice between the process of aging or growing. Aging is adding years to life, whereas growing is adding life to years. We are fortunate to have with us one such torchbearer with us today, that is Dr. Vijay Deshani, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. By qualification, Sir is an MBBS from BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad. Sir has been a member of Dental Council of India for 2 terms. He also is a member of Syndicate and member of Senate at Saurashtra University for 4 terms. Apart from that, Sir has been a member of Academic Council at Saurashtra University. He has also acted as other than Dean for Medical Faculty at Saurashtra University. Moreover, Sir has been the Chairman of Estate and Health Committee at Rajkot Municipal Corporation. It is an extreme honor, Sir, to have you here with us. May I now invite our chief guest, Dr. Vijay Deshani, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, for his speech.
and very valuable. And it includes the 100 years. What are the changes occurred in these 100 years? Particularly, the subject today is related for English literature. But I would like to explain you in some different ways. I will give you few examples of modernism. The keynote speaker, respected Padma Shri Dr. Sitanshu Mehta, will deliver a speech on this particular subject. But as a whole, I would like to explain you the modernism in so many aspects. हम जानते हैं सब कि मॉडर्निज्म यानी कि जो 100 साल में जो कुछ अलग अलग चीज़ों में बदलाव आया है, उनकी मैं आपको कुछ एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको देता हूँ ताकि आपको भी ये समझ आए कि इन ऑल एस्पेक्ट्स मॉडर्निज्म इज ऑलवेज देयर. एज पर एग्जाम्पल, टेली कम्युनिकेशन. पहले हम कैसे टेलीफोन का यूज़ करते थे? वो बड़ा इंस्ट्रूमेंट था और वो डायल करना, तो और उसका एक ही उपयोग कॉल करने के लिए ही होता था. आज हमारे जो ये स्मार्ट मोबाइल है, उन्होंने इसको रिप्लेस किया. एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट भी छोटा हो गया, इट्स ए कॉम्पैक्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट. तो ये है मॉडर्निज्म और इसमें सो मेनी एप्लीकेशंस आर देयर. यू कैन यूज ऑल्सो for social media, WhatsApp, Facebook, Insta, Twitter also, and it is wireless. So this is the development and modernism in telecommunication. दूसरी बात मैं आपको बोलूँ एजुकेशन के बारे में. एजुकेशन में भी हाई मॉडर्निज्म इज देयर. क्या हुआ उसमें? तो पहले तो हम क्लास में ब्लैक बोर्ड और चॉक स्टिक के माध्यम से हम पढ़ते थे, हम अपनी पढ़ाई करते थे. अभी ये क्या हो गया? अभी आपके पास टैबलेट भी है, आपके पास कंप्यूटर भी है, उसका भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं. और ऑडियो से भी आप वो किंडल के इसकी हेल्प लेके भी आप बुक्स में सुन के भी आप पढ़ाई कर सकते हैं. तो हमारे मोबाइल में भी गूगल इज़ देयर. तो सभी चीज़ें गूगल में अवेलेबल है. कोई भी सब्जेक्ट आप डालोगे तो ये अवेलेबल है. तो मॉडर्निज्म ने ये एजुकेशन को अवेलेबल ज़्यादा करवाया और इजी भी करवाया है. डियर फ्रेंड्स, यू कैन ऑल्सो सी दिस हाई मॉडर्निज्म इन मेडिकल फील्ड ऑल्सो. पुराने ज़माने में इतनी सर्जरी भी नहीं होती थी, इतने इंस्ट्रूमेंट भी मेडिकल फील्ड में नहीं होते थे. बट नाउअडेज ट्रीटमेंट is very easy and very difficult surgeries they are done very easily. अभी फैसिलिटी भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरली आप देख ले, कोई भी तरह से देख ले, तो ये अभी इनका इम्प्रूवमेंट वो हुआ है. अभी मैं आपको बोलूँ कि पूरे वर्ल्ड में ये मेडी टूरिज्म का भी सिनारियो हमें देखने को मिलता है. और लेप्रोस्कोपिक सर्जरी, क्योंकि आज मैं मेडिकल में, तो मैं इस विषय में भी थोड़ा आपको बताऊंगा कि लेप्रोस्कोपिक सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी. यस, तो रोबोटिक सर्जरी आप सर्जन, इफ ए मेडिकल पर्सन और एक्सपर्ट इज इन अमेरिका, ही कैन डू सर्जरी थ्रू रोबोटिक सर्जरी इन इंडिया ऑल्सो. तो ये दिस इज द एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ मॉडर्निज्म. हमारे लाइफस्टाइल में भी आप सोचेंगे, आप देखेंगे तो बहुत ही बदलाव आया है. तो इसी का नाम वो मॉडर्निज्म है. मैं और आपको एक एग्जांपल दूं तो म्यूज़िक और लिटरेचर. तो पहले तो हमें मालूम है कि वो हारमोनियम बजाते थे, सितार बजाते थे, जो फ्लूट बजाते थे. तो ये सभी अलग अलग इंस्ट्रूमेंट को ऑर्गन जो हम उसमें सभी इंस्ट्रूमेंट आ जाते हैं. तो ये भी एक मॉडर्निज्म का एक एग्जाम्पल है. हम अभी आजकल के जो सिनारियो है उसमें इसी का यूज़ होता है. ऑटोमोबाइल में आप देख लीजिए, ऑटोमोबाइल में पहले तो कैसी कार आती थी, तो अभी अभी की आप कार देखेंगे तो एकदम अपडेटेड अपग्रेडेड कार्स आती है, अलग अलग जो बाइक्स भी आते हैं। तो ये सभी मॉडर्निज्म, हाई मॉडर्निज्म इन 100 ईयर्स, तो ये है। बाकी की बात हमारे रिस्पेक्टेड एक्स वाइस चांसलर पद्मश्री डॉक्टर सितांशु जी आपके आगे रखेंगे। उनको मैं सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी की ओर से उसका बहुत बहुत स्वागत भी आज इस प्रोग्राम में करता हूं। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और फिर से क्राइस्ट कॉलेज, उसका मैनेजमेंट, उसका ट्रस्ट और जो कोई लोग उसको संभाल रहे हैं, उसको मैं इस कार्यक्रम के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। सबने नमस्कार। जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of encouragement and motivation. And we appreciate and acknowledge your support to Christ College, to Christ Campus, as well as for having simplified and given various examples and instances of modernism and high modernism from various disciplines and walks of life. Thank you so much. May I now invite the President of International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism, Most Reverend Bishop Jose Chittu Parambil, for his presidential address.
Dear and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vijay Deshani, Keynote Speaker, Padma Shri Professor Siddhanshu Yashash Chandra, Guests of honor, Dr. Praveen Singh Chauhan, Dr. Eros Waja, Dr. Jaideep Singh Dodia, respected panelists and session chairs, honorable members of the advisory board, patron of the conference, Reverend Father Dr. Joman Tomana, Dr. Ivan Fernandez, the principal of the college, Dr. Tangachan and Dr. Nifia Gogia, the principals of the sister concerns, the conference convener, Mr. Parth Joshi, and co-convener, Mr. Robin Thomas, Ms. Tisha Roy, the head of the English department, the organizing committee members, faculties, research scholars, and my dear students, a very pleasant good morning to all of you. Today, I am very much delighted and feel highly privileged to be part of this international e-conference on the 100 years of high modernism being organized by the Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot. The fact that Christ College, an exemplary institute of higher learning, is celebrating the centenary of high modernism is itself a reflection of what high modernism is. It's a celebration of diverse thoughts, cultures, ideologies, scientific discoveries, and cognitive patterns, all set in an international platform. Indeed, as true to the core of high modernism, we celebrate the paradoxical world of realism, relativism, perspectivism, subjectivity, creativity, and innovations. We are rather celebrating the ever vibrant and evolving human mind that is attempting to find meaning to the ever-changing world of experiences and physical and inner phenomena. In this celebration, we would be certainly revisiting and reviewing the works of art and literature crafted by stalwarts a century ago, knowing too well that a work of art is both historical and eternal. Yet, modernism does not let us linger on the weight of the historicity of high modernism. but certainly it proposes the emerging meanings for the current times, the modernity of our experiences. I recall the words of John F. Kennedy. I quote, "Too often we enjoy the comfort of opinion without the discomfort of thought," unquote. Modernism challenges us to move from being just opinionated to being expressively thoughtful in creating creative and critical ways. It might be a cliche to say we are witnessing the emergence of a brave new world. Even when we are living in the dark shadows of a pandemic that has caused unimaginable devastation across the world. These days, we are looking at humanity and human life in a different light with a new human consciousness, and we have been made to re-examine our own values and priorities of life with the new perspectives and to adapt and adopt new ways of living and working and communicating with each other. At the core of modernism lies the idea that the world has to be fundamentally rethought. Ideally, it is an emancipatory project aimed at expanding the horizons of our God-given human reason and looking at the realities of life in their depth, purpose, and meaning. This will naturally lead to looking at our traditions and institutions in a new light and to find new ways of making them work for human progress and the common good of humanity. Dear friends, I am sure this international conference of high modernism will shed new light on the cultural movements that are shaping in our society today. I congratulate Christ College for organizing this international e-conference and wish the organizers and participants an enlightening and fruitful time, and pray for God's abundant blessings for the success of this conference and on all of us. With these words, I cut short. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Reverend Bishop Jose Chittuparambil, for your support, presidential address, and constant blessings. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, I would now like to request the conference convener, Mr. Parth Joshi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot, to propose a vote of thanks.
Greetings of the morning to His Excellency, Reverend Bishop Jose Chittuparambil, the conference president, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vijaybai Deshani, the chief guest, Padma Shri, Professor Sitanshu Yashash Chandra, our distinguished keynote speaker, esteemed guests of honor and members on the advisory board, respected panelists and session chairs, Reverend Father Dr. Jomon, Director, Christ Campus and the conference patron, Dr. Yvonne Fernandez, Principal, Christ College, Principals of Sister Concerns, Mr. Robin Thomas, the conference co-convener, Dr. Tisha Roy, Head, Department of English, Christ College, dear colleagues on the staff of Christ Campus, conference delegates from India and abroad, and dear students. It is indeed a moment of pride and privilege for me to be proposing the vote of thanks before this galaxy of intelligentsia as the convener of the International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism, organized by the Department of English, Christ College, Rajkot. High modernism a literary artistic milestone resulting from the socio-cultural condition of high modernity that was engulfing the Western society in the early 1920s, indeed belongs to the third and the most intense category of dislocations in cultural seismology, a cataclysmic upheaval of culture, a fundamental convulsion of human spirit that toppled even the most solid and substantial of human beliefs and assumptions, questioned an entire civilization, and stimulated a fresh, modern rebuilding of its tradition of the new through almost a dozen modernist literary works in the years 1921-22 alone. As we convene on this platform and start discussing some of its crucial aspects in retrospect, it is necessary to acknowledge the support and contribution of various people and authorities involved in bringing us together today. Let me begin with thanking His Excellency Reverend Bishop Jose Chittuparambil, the Bishop of Rajkot Diocese and the President of the conference, for gracing the occasion with his esteemed presence. On behalf of Christ College, I also take this opportunity to express our gratefulness to Dr. Vijaybai Deshani, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, for gracing the occasion virtually and providing his insights on modernism in the context of contemporary scientific and medical advancements. We are indeed fortunate that Padma Shri Professor Sitanshu Yashash Chandra, an eminent and veteran practicing modern poet, critic, and teacher himself, has consented to deliver the keynote address on this occasion. Thank you, sir, for very promptly and humbly accepting our invitation in spite of your very hectic schedule. We are also grateful to Dr. Praveen C. Chauhan, Dean of Arts Faculty, Saurashtra University, Dr. Eros Waja, Chairman of the Board of Studies of English of Saurashtra University, and Dr. Jaideep Singh Dodia, the other than Chairman, for briefly but meaningfully addressing this gathering. I express my profound sense of gratitude to the members on the advisory board, eminent panelists and session chairs from various parts of the country for accepting our invitation and sparing time to participate in the sessions going to take place during the day. Had the proposal for organizing an event of this stature not been readily agreed upon and approved by our campus director, Reverend Father Dr. Jomon, a man of vision and an exemplary leader, it wouldn't have been possible for us to come this far. Thank you, Father, for always promoting quality research on campus and motivating the faculties and students for the same. For the last 1 month of strenuous preparation for the conference, Dr. Yvonne Fernandez, our principal, has been approached almost every day by us, and she has lent a patient ear to our problems, confusions, and hurdles, and has always helped us cross our little barriers. We thank you, Madam, for being a perennial support in the smooth organization and conduction of the event. Asks and multiplies success. I quote T.S. Eliot, who said, "Only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go," unquote. These words reflected in my team of committed faculty members from the Department of English, Christ College, when we initiated this project. I cannot thank enough my teachers and colleagues who put faith in me, the junior most member of the department, to lead this project. They are my support system who make seemingly difficult tasks achievable through their cooperation. Mr. Robin Thomas, my teacher, colleague, and the co-convener of the conference, needs a special mention here for being a troubleshooter throughout the entire organization process. Besides this, I also place on record my gratitude to the technical team members for their efforts in streaming the conference sessions live on YouTube and Facebook, the supporting staff, our student volunteers, and anchors for being readily available whenever called. Last but not the least, I thank the 175 plus registered delegates from across 18 states of India and abroad, and the 70 plus presenters for your very welcoming response to the conference. I wish that the event be a Samudra Manthan, a churning of the ocean, with rigorous, healthy discussion and diverse insights and perspectives. Wishing you all a great time ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Parth Joshi. We now proceed towards the keynote address. I'm profusely exhilarated to take this opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker of great repute, Padma Shri Professor Sitanshu Yashashchandraji, renowned modern poet and critic, former President, Gujarati Sahitya Parishad. At the very outset, I would like to allude to the common thread between Christ College and Professor Sitanshuji, which is Christ College was inaugurated by the eminent missile man of India in 2001, while Professor Sitanshuji was conferred upon India's fourth highest civilian award, Padma Shri, in 2006 by the then President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And only approximately after a score of years did we get an occasion of having your presence amidst us, sir, at the International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism. Many thanks to Modernism, the movement which arose in the 1920s. Born in 1941 in Bhuj, Professor Sitanshu Yashashchandraji is one of the most eminent representatives of contemporary Gujarati literature. A poet, playwright, critical theorist, translator, and academic. Sir has authored 3 books of poetry, Jatayu and Vakhar being a few of them. His other poetry works include Odysseus no Halesu and Mahabhoj. He has received National Sahitya Academy Award in 1987, Ranjit Ram Suvarna Chandrak in 1987, and Narmad Suvarna Chandrak in 2002, Gujarat Gaurav Award in 2014. As well as KK Birla Foundation of Delhi recently declared Saraswati Samman for him. He has been invited to read internationally from his poems and plays at Paris, Berlin, Frankfurt, Stuttgart, Moscow, Riga, Croatia, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Seoul, etc. And nationally at Delhi, Jaipur, Shimla, Chandigarh, Kolkata, Guwahati, Patna, Bangalore, Trivandrum, Hyderabad, and others. A Fulbright scholar and a Ford West European Fellowship recipient, Sitanshuji has a doctorate in comparative literature from the USA and another doctorate in Indian poetics from Mumbai. He worked as a Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, UGC Emeritus Professor and National Lecturer, as well as Chief Editor of the Encyclopedia of Indian Literature. Sir has written the screenplay for the 1993 Hindi film Maya Memsaab, which was based on Gustave Flaubert's novel Madame Bovary. Tokhar, his adaptation of Peter Schaffer's Ikis, was hailed as a landmark play in modern Gujarati theatre. While thanking the selection committee, headed by Subhashi Kashyap, Yashashchandraji said, "No poetry is written only in one language. Regional literature seems to be a misnomer to me. Our mother tongue, a regional language, be it Gujarati or Hindi, Kannada or Kashmiri, each Indian language receives so much from Indian languages and gives so much in return. Each Indian language derives nourishment from Sanskrit in its own way. We are indeed highly fortunate that Sitanshuji has consented to be a part of this international e-conference on 100 years of high modernism. May I now take this opportunity to invite Professor Sitanshu Yashchandraji, for his keynote address titled Of Pinnacles, Slopes and Valleys, exploring some wider context of high modernism. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, young professor. I do not know how you can remember so much about so many people and conduct this international seminar so well. It speaks of the culture of the institution and your own abilities. Thank you. President of this conference, His Excellency Reverend Bishop Jose Chittu Parambil, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University and Chief Guest of the conference, Dr. Vijaybai Desani, Principal of this distinguished college, distinguished Principal of this distinguished college, Professor Yvonne Fernandez, guests of honor, Dr. Praveen C. Jawan, Dr. Eros Waja, my friend, Dr. Jaydeep C. Doria, and Professor Disha Roy, head of the Department of English at Christ College. Please allow me, on behalf of us all, to congratulate warmly Dr. Parth Joshi, convener of the conference, and Dr. Robin Thomas, co-convener. I know what it must have taken to organize such a major conference in so well. It is not too often that conferences wide in their reach are also deep in their significance. Long experience has taught me that the two don't often go together. It is, if the present conference promises both a width and a depth, it is thanks partly to the historical context in which Dr. Parth Joshi and his colleagues have placed the theme of our deliberations here. The theme of the conference is not just modernism, as the Pro Vice Chancellor so effectively pointed out. It is 100 years of high modernism. This interesting formulation of the theme provides the conference with two distinct qualities. One, a socio-cultural historicity that opens up a span of 100 years. It's not easy to keep just one single year in your mind or a decade in your mind. But to keep at the high level of your consciousness 100 years, 100 very dynamic, torturous, glorious, trivial years. As Baudelaire always used to say, that the glorious and the ridiculous come together only in our modern age. So the first quality of a socio-cultural historicity is something that we must keep in mind. Secondly, a literary cultural specificity that locates our theme in a single decade Now, these two together again, specificity and specificity of a decade and the vastness of a century. Organizers of this extraordinary college. Incidentally, I am a student of St. Xavier's College, Bombay, father. So it is this ethos of this college and this university that has resulted into such a conference. International, yes, but with these two qualities. This helps in two ways. It helps us focus on the third decade of the 20th century, specifically the years 21 and 22. But also combines this with a large perspective of not only 100 years, but a geographical expanse. Now, this is something that we will have to deliberate during this conference. What are we going to do with the geographical expanse, which is not always simultaneous? So do you want to include India? Then Indian modernity doesn't come in 21, 22. In 1921 and 22, India was passing through the great proximity of Gandhi. They were challenging modernism, European modernism. So these are a few things that open before us because of this very careful organization of the theme and the papers. I've seen different topics of the papers, commendable. So, through such a historicity and specificity, this conference has acquired a semiotic depth structurally. It is up to us now to make it functionally so too. After all, organizers could provide us with a structure. The function is our responsibility. Now, no doubt that this extraordinary group of young scholars and not so young mentors, including the Reverend Bishop and Pro-Vice Chancellor and campus director, all these mentors. I'm sure that functionally also this conference will be able to see through it. The topic of my keynote address is of pinnacles, slopes, and valleys, exploring some wider context of high modernism. I must confess, friends, that from my early age, I have been cautious about heights. Things happen when human beings reach some height. Not good things, always. So the theme of my paper is the pinnacles of socio-political modernism, scientific modernism, and the modernism of literature and other arts, which challenge the other modernism. So pinnacles are a place where opposing forces challenge each other. Then the pinnacle doesn't become such a lonely place, but becomes a lively height. We'll talk about Pablo Neruda's Heights of Machu Picchu. But what pinnacles? So slopes. Pinnacles do not, it is slopes that make the pinnacle. Presidents and prime ministers are there, but it is the people who provide the slope and the valleys, our tragedies, our shortcomings, our follies. So when we discuss high modernism, there are some great poets, novelists, and playwrights have built these pinnacles, these heights of modernism. But we must also, flowers of evil, the fleur du mal, the evil, the sickness, the malady, those valleys also have to be looked at. Otherwise, pinnacles become inhuman, dictatorial, and dangerous for life and culture, especially for literature. So the topic I've chosen is of pinnacles, slopes, and valleys, exploring some wider context of high modernism. It reflects a concern for both historicity and specificity of context and the text that we share at this conference. This task of discussing some major literary texts in their historical perspective may remind some of us of the famous lines in James Joyce's novel Ulysses. History, Stephen said, is a nightmare from which I'm trying to awake. Historicity is not always glorious. Kanhaiya Munshi talked about the glory that was Gurjar Desh. Yes, Gurjar Desh had its glories also, great glories, but its shames also. And those who love Gujarat must try to confront both its glories and its shames, so that we could do something about the shames and enhance its glory. That's why in Ulysses, Stephen said, history is a nightmare from which I'm trying to awake. Major texts of high European modernism, poems by Eliot, fiction by Joyce and Woolf, written in the third decade of the 20th century, are in themselves tales of a society, and I quote, trying to awake from the nightmare of its own history. History that had overtaken them in the second decade. A terrible First World War, basically a European war, in which so many young people were lost in the trenches. Vasundas Manik has written a Gujarati poem referring to this. Khayo makho ana, he says. So, this culture that was lost in the trenches of the First World War. And each culture has those trenches, dark and dangerous. Modernism is about that. It just doesn't sing glories of modern times and scientific achievements. That's why I would like to engage or Dr. Saib, our Vice Chancellor, into a kind of conversation at some stage. So glory and shame of the modern times. And what does literature, not only literature, but the other arts of high modernism do about it? There are interesting references to the earlier historical periods in modern Western fiction and poetry, from Joyce and Eliot to Pablo Neruda's The Heights of Machu Picchu, which was published in 1944, and Umberto Eco's Name of the Rose and several other novels. Name was published in 1980. So 21, 22, 44, and 80 and onwards. In Joyce's novel, young Stephen Dedalus, elderly Leopold Bloom, and his wife Molly in Dublin of early modern 20th century are as much linked as delinked with the ancient Homeric characters Telemachus, Ulysses, and Penelope in Ithaca, both linked and delinked. So that is the task before the modern life. To link with the past, which was terrible and glorious, both trivial and majestic, as Baudelaire dictated himself, and how to link with delink. In Indian poetics, Jagannath, a 17th century great aesthete, good friend of Dara Shikoh, he has analyzed, he is a great theoretician of literature. His critical theories are tremendous. Professors of English should read them. Learn a little bit of Sanskrit. There are good translations available. So he says that the Gnana, which poetry embodies, is a special kind of Gnana. He calls it Bhavana. It has nothing to do with sentimentality. The modality. And what is the modality of Bhavana Gnana? He says, Punha Punha Anusandhanatmaka. It relates to the object and disconnects, and relates and disconnects. Each time it relates in a different way. Kshane Kshane Yannavatam Prapeti. So, this kind of repeated inquiries into reality is something that marks high European modernity also. So, but in both cases, in joining and disjoining, the suitors are present. In Homer's Ulysses, Odysseus' case, and in Joyce's young people's case. The suitors are present. And who are these suitors? They are the valleys. Invisibly but effectively. In an exploitative, parasitic relation with them. Modernism, especially high modernism in literature and other arts, is a protest against and a critique of such exploitative, parasitic, social, political, psychological, and economic relations that have the modern society in its grip. Here is where Karl Marx is relevant to modernism. Very often, Marxists consider modernists as decadent. It's not so. And modernists consider the Marxists as kind of dictatorial. It's not so. Marx had great, we are not talking of Stalin or the Chinese dictators. We are talking of Karl Marx. He was no dictator. So he was able to point out what high capitalism, which goes with high modernism, how high capitalism ushered in very exploitative, parasitic relationship between human beings and between means of production and those who produce, those who labor and produce. So there's this kind of disjuncture, alienation, as we say, which we must pay attention to. So, crisis of social, psychological, political, and economic relationship of exploitation and subjugation arises at different periods in different human societies. Each society and nation and language, be it Gandhi's Gujarat Mahashweta Devi is Bengal, Bhalchandra Nebad is Marathi, or Nigerian novelist Chinua Achebe is English. If it has authors and artists of high caliber, each society, nation, and language produces its own modernity, modernism, and modern literature and arts at their own different periods of cultural crisis. But if we don't acknowledge our cultural crisis, and if we just go on singing the glory of Gujarat, we'll be most inglorious people, Gujaratis, in the history of Gujarat. This is something that captains of Indian culture today must think about. Singing songs of glory is a sure shortcut to move away from true glory. The conference today has this larger significance to it, but asks us to focus on the Western modernism in the 1920s, and which is a very good thing. Otherwise, we would be kind of rambling and not focusing. For this focusing, while not excluding the perspective, Dr. Parth and his colleagues have earned our gratitude. We also congratulate Dr. Evan Fernandez, principal, and Dr. Jonam Kamana, campus director of Christ College, Rajkot, for nursing such a culture of inquiry into at their Christ College. There is no modernism if there is no interrogation. I'm grateful to the organizers for inviting me to give a keynote address, and glad to have with me Pro-Vice Chancellor and Senior Professors of the University, with which I have very old and very happy associations. What then is our brief today? What are we supposed to include in our deliberations and exclude what? It might be assumed that by high modernism, a purist department of English would mean literary works of English language, more so of English and American authors published around 1921. Eliot's epoch-making long poem, The Wasteland, and Joyce's equally influential novel, Ulysses, were both published in the year 1922. So was D.H. Lawrence's Iron's Rod and Virginia Woolf's Jacob's Room. But a year before that, F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel, The Beautiful and Damned, was serialized in Metropolitan Magazine, New York in 1921. The same year saw publication of Aldous Huxley's Chrome Yellow, which is also very significant. Ezra Pound's path-breaking Repos was published a decade before that in 1912, but his profoundly influential poems in the cantos began to be published in 1917 and continued then to shape modernism. Pound, with his admonition to modern authors, to, as our bright anchor said, to make it new, was perhaps the strongest and blindest of the forces of Western modernism. So Pound, you have to look at him very carefully. He's the boldest, but also the blindest. Ernest Hemingway, a later modernist, wrote in 1932 that a poet to be born in the late 19th or early 20th century and not to be influenced by Pound would be like passing through a great blizzard and not feeling its cold. It's a great blizzard, this Ezra Pound. Hemingway chooses the temperature and the speed of Pound's poetic airs quite well, blizzard-like and cold. Not all in modernism modernist literature, though, was so cold and so blizzard-like as pounds. One remembers Joyce's Ulysses, in which the word yes recurs, defying rules of English grammar in those wonderful lines, which many of you would know by heart. The lines gushingly spoken by a girl who has accepted a proposal for marriage. These words in this sentence are, is, and the girl says, and then I asked him with my eyes to ask again, yes. And then he asked me, yes. And his heart was going like mad. And yes, I said, yes, I will, yes. All that she has to say is, yes, I will. But there are so many yeses. So Pound's writing degree 0 and Joyce's warm modernism, both are parts of this. Not too often the question, will you marry me, is asked and answered in this wonderful way. Modernism here is a storm of the spring, not a blizzard of the winter. High modernism asserts life, but also dares to look death in its eyes. Eliot's immortal lines, April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs in the dead land, stirring dull roots with spring rain. Winter kept its walls. These lines present the pain that European civilization felt after the devastating years of First World War. But it is the pain of re-emergence of life, not of creeping death. Here we are in a Christian college. So the pain on the cross and the joy of resurrection is what the European authors had in mind. High modernism is, in Eliot, Woolf, and Joyce, about that pain also. In a portrait of artist as a young man, Joyce, the artist says, you made me confess the fear that I have, but I will tell you also what I do not fear. Modernism tells us both. And like Gandhi, it is fearless at its best. But don't forget that it has a close relationship with high capitalism, and colonialism is a part of that high capitalism. So touch European modernism with care, but also with affection. A filmmaker like Charlie Chaplin understands this very well. He has shown in his epoch-making film, Modern Times, what price you have to pay to find human values in these modern times. Sorry? There is also another great film by Chaplin, The Great Dictator. So these two films, Modern Times and Great Dictators, they tell you much about high modernism. Virginia Woolf has rightly observed that you cannot find peace by avoiding life. In a brilliant book titled Anti-Oedipus and subtitled Capitalism and Schizophrenia, Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, two of the most thoroughgoing theorists of postmodern Western culture, have discussed Modern Times and other films by Chaplin. Deleuze and Guattari show how, in the context of macroeconomics, parasitic capitalism, its devastating effects on human culture leading to a massive cultural schizophrenia. The various types of laughter that Chaplin provokes in his films function on levels of psychology, politics, and arts. So now, laughter. You think of UNESCO, you think of laughter. You think of Beckett, you think of laughter. It's a peculiar kind of laughter. The modern and postmodern laughter. A discussion of the sequence of the feeding machine in a modern mechanized factory with the dehumanizing assembly line in Chaplin's film, Modern Times, shows how some of the postmodern themes and concerns were present in some works of high modernism. You remember that feeding sequence where the character is made to sit in a chair strapped and a machine tries to feed it and really makes him बिल्कुल वो मर जाता है खाते खाते. So this overeating and death is also a theme. Mechanical eating. Eating is not just postmodern thing, it's also a modern theme. It could be interesting to compare this with Sigmund Freud's book, Laughter and its Relations to the Unconscious. These are deep, dark valleys without visiting which one cannot really climb the pinnacles of high modernism. Modernism in literature and other arts was not about avoiding life. This is something that the Romantics, without understanding modernism, always say that. Or the contemporary Gujarati, the popular writers, the journalists who masquerade as great writers. This आधुनिक वाला जिंदगी थी विखुटा थी rubbish. हमें विखुटा था उसमें. Silly kind of serials which turns Gujarati into caricatures. Such a popular serial. This is what is turning away from life, not the courage of the modernists. So it is not about avoiding life, but it was characterized by confronting life the whole Western civilization in which it was not easy to find peace, which was filled by a sense of futility, loneliness, fear, found in endless and intricate trenches of the First World War. Those long pits in which thousands upon thousands of young men lived and died. This made T.S. Eliot say, I will show you fear in a handful of dust. This is dust from the concentration camps, the Second World War. This is the dust of the trenches of the First World War. This is also the dust in our own culture. You have to find it, the fearful dust. Don't be afraid. Don't hide behind romantic antics. It was dust of those trenches and of the killing fields of Campuchia that covered most of Europe then and Tiananmen Square, so most of Asia. Yeah. We also had that. Jallianwala Bagh was there. It was by some foreign rulers. But what are we doing to ourselves in various states of India? Be it one political party or another. So many political parties are showing us, are producing this fearful dust. And you know these facts from east to west, from north to south of India today. So this was the European blunder and the blunder of the rest of the world that was addressed by high modernism and later modernism and postmodernism too. And yet, literature of the modernist movement was about what Virginia Woolf refers to human effort to find peace, effort especially of women. It's not an accident that Virginia Woolf, of all the modernists, she is the one who speaks of peace. There are some papers on postmodern feminism. Try to find early feminism also. Eliot's iconic poem, The Wasteland, ends in profound and defiant Shanti mantra borrowed by the wounded Western civilization from the past of an equally wounded modern Indian civilization. Modernism is about healing. For that purpose, where do you go? Virginia Woolf, in an unerring feminine sense of direction, has said, some people go to priests, pardon us, Father, but Virginia Woolf has said this. To find peace, she says, some people go to priests of every religion, others to poetry. And she adds, only as Virginia Woolf could, I to friends. So these three pathways, the priest, the poem, and the friend. These are before us. Her friends met, Virginia Woolf's friends met in the famous Bloomsbury group, located in the township of Bloomsbury near London. This group or set of friends included her friends, English writers, intellectuals, philosophers, and artists. The group included eminent modernist writers like E.M. Forster, James Joyce, post-impressionist painter Vanessa Bell, a woman, Duncan Grant, art critic Clive Bell, Roger Fry, but also included John Maynard Keynes, profoundly influential economist whose ideas fundamentally changed the theory and practice of European governments of the time, all of which, except Soviet Union, were firmly committed to capitalism. And that capitalism was bleeding Africa and Asia, and also Latin America, was bleeding three continents to death. It is of crucial importance to note that while Keynes was part of Bloomsbury Group, and others must have discussed economics of high capitalism of the imperialist and colonial Europe, the writers, artists, and thinkers of this group did not necessarily follow the philosophy behind the Keynesian economics. Quite the contrary, modernism in Europe, modernism in literature of Joyce, Eliot, Holmes, and in the arts of painters like Picasso, Braque, offers strong critique of Western civilization in the period. Ezra Pound blamed World War I of 1914 to 18 on the form of capitalism of that period, which he called usury, an economic sin prohibited by the 8th of the 10 commandments of the Bible, but practiced happily by political powers of the Western civilization, according to the cultural critique offered by the modern Western literature and other arts. So this economic behavior of the colonial West, forbidden in the Bible, is also a part of modern culture. And modern literature is also a part of modern culture. These two are opposing each other. And that is the glory of modern West. It is like modern America is always at war with itself. India too should be not in a violent way, but in a very creative way, contesting each and every belief of its own, inquiring, Sa Vidya Ya Vimukta. How does it happen? Vidya could vimukta you, Vidya could free you if you understand the things which are enslaving you and contest. The ideas of high modernity too would be clearer and better contextualized when, through this expansion of our focus from high points or pinnacles of modernity, in Pound, Eliot, Joyce, Woolf, we move on to say Luigi Pirandello, the great Italian dramatist, whose modern drama, Six Characters in Search of an Author, was first performed and published in the same year, 1921, a year prior to the publication of Wasteland and Ulysses. So this geographical expansion, finally liberating us from Eurocentric attitudes, of which I'm sure the campus of Christ College is aware. So this Eurocentric attitudes. So Pablo, so let's move from England to Six Characters of in Search. Who are these six characters and why are they looking for an author? As you know, my distinguished friends, the play opens on an empty stage and the audience then sees a rehearsal of another play by Pirandello, with a manager and the leading man on the stage, close to a quarrel on a trivial matter about what kind of cap the hero should wear. But then enters the characters from the rear of the stage. The father, who are these characters? Six characters. The father, the stepdaughter, who accuses the father of having sexually molested her. The mother, who is a widow. A 22-year-old son, who is also an adolescent boy, and a female child. What follows is a degeneration not only of the family, but also of the rehearsal of the second act of the play, which was being rehearsed before the family forced its way on stage, as well as of the play, Six Characters. So this kind of crossing of borders is something that Pirandello is talking about. This crossing of border is as important as drawing up of the borders. No one is there, neither the author nor the manager, to hold either the family or the play together. And that is the problem. The center doesn't hold. So the manager fails. And the father also fails. Pirandello has called this a theater of theater. It could be called self-interrogation of theater, also of Western culture of the period. And the curtain has to fall before any conclusion could be drawn from that interrogation, except that there is no author and there is no manager easily available to put things in order as in the pre-modern times. So we cannot go to pre-modern times, a strong tendency in India today. Instead of moving into our own post-modernity, we are moving into our pre-modernity, where we always try so desperately to find the manager, the author, the god, the ruler, to whom we could give responsibility of life. So this is what. So if this is what is facing us, then we must examine the relationship of modernity and post-modernity. And the word hybrid reality comes into focus here. Because Postmodernity has, especially in its own way, discovered the state of hybrid reality, where multiple cultures meet. Great literary achievement of the Western civilization in the first half of the 20th century comes from their modern writers, ruthless, this adjective I have borrowed from Pound, ruthless interrogation of their own civilization. To know and understand the pinnacles, one must visit the valleys, as we have repeated before. This critical creative relationship between modern literature at its best and its contemporary culture at its worst is perceived uniquely by the way an Argentine author of great erudition, namely Jorge Luis Borges, does in the year 1923. In the year 1923, Borges, who wrote in Spanish, came out with a poem with an unusual and long title. The title of that poem by Borges is Lines, which was published in 1923. And the title of that poem, published in 1923, is Lines that I could have written and lost round about 1922. So these 2 years of high modernism, which could be explained in one particular way, that by Pound, Eliot, and Joyce, is seen very differently by this Latin American poet. Lines I could have written and lost down about 1922. So which are these lines? Without giving any reply to such a question, the poem ends with these lines: the Saxons, the Arabs, the Goths, who, without knowing, would engender me. Am I these things and others? Or are these secret keys and difficult algebras of which we know nothing? Well, Eliot and others could help us. I think we should turn to writers like Borges. Because this hybrid reality, from which India and South Asia can find no way out. So this hybrid reality, as the poet so well said, even they do not know the Saxons, the Arabs, the Goths, who, without knowing, would engender me. Am I these things and others? Or are these secret keys and difficult algebras of which we know nothing? That is really the great challenge before so many countries, especially the countries which have freed themselves, the colonial rule they face. The lines that could have been written in 1922, but could well have been lost, were written in 1923, but as the end lines of this poem suggest, even in 1922, they could well be lost. This because they are lines that an Argentine, South American poet has written about his identity and these things and others he asked. Having intruded into lives of so many others, the Western man feels the counter moves from these others. And that is what is the crisis of Europe today. Now they are feeling the counter moves from the cultures into which they are so ruthlessly intruded in 19th and 20th century. This 21st century has its own grammar, has its own dynamism. So, with these issues, let me conclude by referring once again to Deleuze and Guattari, but this time for one author about whom I have spoken nothing, Marcel Proust. So in the book Anti-Oedipus, subtitled Capitalism and Schizophrenia, published in 1983, as we noted, the authors write, in the literary machine that Proust, in search of lost time, constitutes, in the literary machine that Proust constitutes, we are struck by the fact that all parts are produced as asymmetrical sections, parts that suddenly come to an end, hermetically sealed boxes, non-communicating vessels, watertight compartments, in which there are gaps even between things that are contiguous, gaps that are affirmations, pieces of puzzle that belong not to any one puzzle, but many. Pieces assembled are forcing them into a certain place where they may or may not belong. The unmatched edges violently bent and out of shape, forcibly fit together to interlock with a number of pieces always left out. I couldn't have found a better way to abandon my keynote speech.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
There are several questions from the side of the participants.
Sure. Welcome, always. That is the modernity and that is life.
Absolutely. So
We'll
first
have
of
to-
all, the first question is, can we anticipate that 100 years from now, what would it be like, especially in literature and criticism?
You can always speculate, but not promise. And that is the glory of human life. It is so uncertain. And the more uncertain it is, the more anxious we become, because as human beings, we want some certainties. कुछ तो permanent होना चाहिए, कुछ तो eternal, perfect or universal होना चाहिए. But modernity challenges these three assumptions: perfection, universality, and eternity. Because eternity negates time. Universality negates space. And perfection negates human effort. 100 years from now, I think there will be human beings like us. I hope they will be thinking somewhat kindly of us, because we are in a process of creating great calamities. Ecological is one of them, also moral, also emotional. So many calamities. So 100 years from now, we hope that it would not be post-human culture and certainly not post-life culture. Thank you.
Right, sir. We have amidst us respected Professor Prashant Sinha from Pune. We cordially welcome you to the International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism, sir.
I came about an hour ago. I was here at 10:30.
Thank you, sir.
The entire
Welcome once again.
I do have a question. Can I raise it?
Sure, sir.
My question is, do you see any link between existentialism and modernism? Would you call Sartre and Camus as modernists?
Very interesting. So neither Sartre nor Camus permitted others to call them modernists. But the very fact that they had to prevent others from calling them modernists has its own story. And professor is asking me to tell that story. That why they didn't want to be called modernists and why others wanted still to call them. Because what is existentialism? They in fact didn't even want that label on them because they were dynamic. But what is the relationship of existentialism and modernism? They are not identical, but they overlap. The main character of, or the main adventure, main daring of existentialism is insistence on choice and taking responsibility of your own choice. So this sense of responsibility, which Arthur and others would find more in the area of literature of commitment and less in literature of modernism. That's why they were hesitant. But I think that is not correct. It will be a simplification both of literature of commitment and literature of modernism to say that only literature of commitment insists on one insisting on choices and one taking responsibility of one's choice. I think modernism, in its own way, assumes responsibility of its own actions. Otherwise, it would not have dissociated itself from such a comfortable, godly, and protected universe of the pre-modern Western culture. The very fact that that break was made by the moderns indicates that they wanted a choice and they were willing to take up the responsibility of the choice. This is one answer, but I would be interested in knowing the professor's own answer. If the professor from Pune could enlighten us.
Before we move on to the other question, as Sitanshu has rightly answered, or may I say tried to answer to Professor Sinha's question, if Sir has any other questions to put forth.
Yeah, I do have another question. At the beginning of your talk, you referred to D.H. Lawrence, Aaron's Rod. Would you think of Lawrence as a modernist? He obviously is not in the same class, the same category as Virginia Woolf or Marcel Proust or James Joyce. Would you think of him as a modernist writer?
I kept quiet about Lawrence throughout the talk for that very reason. There are two areas of reality with which modernism deals: the psychological and the political. Now, one to the exclusion of the other often leads to areas other than modernism. Exclusive political concerns would lead probably to literature of commitment. But exclusive concerns for the psychological also would lead away from the complex and full-blooded modernism. Lawrence often moves deep into human psyche, and that's why I often keep quiet about him. I said, though I'm 81, there are many years with me, and let me read Lawrence much more and really think something about it. So my limitation is structured by my understanding of what is political and what is psychological and how the two meet in genuine modernist writing. For example, in Salvador Dali's paintings, he's very time conscious. Not just mindscape, but also timescape. I think that's my stand on your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the next question, I would like to draw the attention of all the participants that there's a feedback link which has been flashed in the chat box. I would request all the participants to kindly fill up the feedback form. I repeat, I request all the participants to fill up the feedback form. In the meantime, we take up the next question. So the questions are pouring in actually. The second question says, if Eliot were alive today, what would the wasteland be titled as per today's society?
Very imaginative question. Very often the questions have answers in their pockets. I'm always curious to know the answer from the one who asked question, especially this kind of, what would Eliot have called the wasteland today? Well, yeah. Let us think about it. What would we call our own times? Because the growth and decay are pretending to be the other. Decay comes to us pretending that it is growth. And very often we shy away from our real growth from inside. We are so enamored by externalities that we think that if you grow from inside, you would decay. Westernization and modernization as a great new thinker whose name escapes me right now. So Eastern European thinker. So modernization and Western. Gandhi did that, of course. Why? So these are the questions. So title for our own times, like Nietzsche said, all that is profound loves masks. So maybe the title of the present times would be something like The Masks. I think there is a play called The Masks. This is also a postmodern play, if I'm not mistaken. Right now it escapes me. But yeah, pretensions, deliberate masqueradings is something that marks our time. It's so clever. Over time, our intelligence has overtaken us. That's why we have artificial intelligence. And this rationality has been accepted as a major promise by modern science and modern economics and modern sociology, and has been accepted. This same rationality has been accepted as a major hindrance, major challenge, major danger by modern arts. So, yeah, masquerading, masks, in this very destructive intelligence. These are the marks of our own time. And if you want to repair your mobile, you can't go to a shop. You have to go to a number, which refers to another number, which refers to a third number, and so on. Gives you 10 choices and so on. The impersonality. Human being is disappearing, and a huge machine is coming into its place. So these are the issues from which, in your own solitude, you have to find the title for your next poem or your next play or your next novel.
So there are a cauldron of positive feedback and comments pouring in. The participants have found the session to be excellent and enriching food for their thought. One last question that I'd like to take up is that the person has a question which reads, is postmodern a continuation of modernism or a reaction against modernism, or both? How do you see it as?
In Indian logic, we have a word which is called vivarta, like variation. So what is a variation? It's neither a continuation nor a rejection. A variation, in essence, is a growth. Vivekananda contrasted development and growth. One must read Vivekananda again and again, a revolutionary thinker. So, postmodernism, to my mind, is a growth, and that's why it is not the same, not the mechanical reproduction of work of art. So, I think it's a vivarta, it's a variation, it's the growth. But postmodernism is on its own. It's not a kind of subset of modernism, by no means. So it's not a subset, nor really, because there are so many elements, so many seeds which are now growing into trees of postmodernism. This is my take on it. Always to be corrected. So, shall I say a warm thank you to all of you?
So indeed, there are many questions, but more or less they are on the similar tangent of which you seem to have answered. So I believe, of course, as I already previously mentioned, that most of our participants, whoever have joined us, they have enjoyed this session, and it's been a fodder for the intellect. So thank you very much, Professor Satanshuji. We are indeed very fortunate to have listened to you on the far-reaching and the wide-ranging, multi-dimensional perspectives on 100 years of high modernism. And we find ourselves to be fortunate and lucky enough. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion as a keynote speaker. I would request all the participants to kindly fill up the feedback form, of which the link has already been put up in the chat box. And with this, we take a short break of around 10 minutes, and we meet again at 12 noon. Participants can leave this meeting and join at 12 noon for the live panel discussion with the esteemed panelists, Professor Madhurita Chaudhary, Professor Sanjay Mukherjee, Professor Amrit Sen, and Professor Sherry Jacob. Thank you to all the participants. We meet again at 12 after a short break of 10 minutes for the live panel discussion, which begins in next 10 minutes at 12 noon. Thank you.
Warm greetings of the day to Dr. Amrit Sen, Professor and former Head, Department of English, Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan, West Bengal. Professor Sherry Jacob, former Head, Department of English, Union Christian College, Kerala. Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, Professor and Head, Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Gujarat. Dr. Madhurita Chaudhary, Professor, Department of English, MS University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Father Dr. Joman Thomana, the Director of Christ Campus and Patron of the conference. Dr. Yvonne Fernandez, Principal, Christ College and the Conference Chair. All the participants who have joined on the national and the international level, I welcome you to the International E-Conference on 100 Years of High Modernism. I'm very happy to be moderating the panel today. I humble myself before the omniscient God and the mammoth theme in front of us, 100 Years of High Modernism. It is like the depth and breadth of the 7 oceans put together. Philosophers, thinkers, writers, movements, isms have flowed with the current, against the current, and we at 2021 look back and also look forward into the future. We have with us 4 great panelists who are multi-talented academicians, teachers, research scholars, creative thinkers. And for today, they are our brave navigators or lighthouse to steer and direct the course of today's journey. Let me weave a story. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. April was the sweetest month of the year. God was in his heaven and always right with the world. And then Nietzsche said, God is dead. A similar analogy comes with Rolla Barthes, and he said, the author is dead. The text was torn apart from the intentions of the author. The world wars divided the world into 2. The Wall Street crash of 1929 ushered in an age of anxiety. Writers became attracted towards Marxism and a classless society. Spangler's Decline of the West became a generic book. The Wasteland came up, showing how the Western civilization had collapsed. The symbolic human being proof rock, being homeless and rootless, was shattered into 1,000 pieces. The world was not out there, but within, as we see in the ideas of Sigmund Freud, Gustav Jung, William James, Virginia Woolf, James Joyce, Henry James. They came up with new narratives. Postmodernism, as a new wave, came up with various trends and various tendencies. Michael Foucault, with the path-breaking book, History on Sexuality, asked, you cannot say what is man or woman. Jacques Derrida, with deconstruction, with this ideology, asked how the structure should be dismantled brick by brick. And today, as we move ahead, we find that we have questions that anticipate a future. We have questions about what is new. If Wasteland were a seminal book, what does civilization have to offer today? This and so many other things would be the strands and perspectives which we would be discussing today. To start with the panel discussion, may I first invite our panelist, Dr. Madhurita Chaudhary. She is a teacher at heart, and her desire is to always enrich students through a blend of real life incidents and her resource of research knowledge. She reaches out to society through an NGO, teaching economically challenged children. Her areas of interest are science fiction, American poetry, cyber criticism, cultural studies, and gender studies. She was a deputy coordinator of the UGC research project on literature, discourses, social movements, and cultural forms in the West from 1960 to 2000. Dr. Madhurita Chaudhary, it's our pleasure to invite you as the first panelist to express your views and overview on modernism. Welcome you, ma'am, and we shall be sharing your PowerPoint from us.
Thank you, Tisha.
Yes, ma'am. I think the slide is visible.
Yeah, can you minimize it? Yes, thank you. It has always been a pleasure to be associated with Christ College, Rajkot, and especially with the vibrant and the dynamic
Ma'am, you're mute.
It has always been a pleasure to be associated with Christ College, Rajkot, and especially with the vibrant and the dynamic faculty members of English department of this college. Along with this, I express my gratitude to the director and the principal of this college and the president and the organizing committee of this conference for giving me the opportunity for speaking as a panelist. We still are under the spell of what Sitanshu sir said and did to us, and yet I have to dare to make my submission through this presentation. Metaphorically also, I would take you from high to low, from high modernism to modernism. As the title of my presentation suggests, I would rest my focus on giving you a sketchy understanding of modernism as a concept. And to do so, I have chosen a painting by Pablo Picasso titled The Weeping Woman. We all know Walter Benjamin, in his thesis on the philosophy of history, chooses an art piece by Paul Klee titled Angelus Novus, the New Angel. And that art piece becomes the figure of modernism by Walter Benjamin. Similarly, this painting by Pablo Picasso arguably gives us a succinct summary of modernism, and it enables us to understand the concept more clearly. We will come to that later. The terms modernism and postmodernism, they have their root in the word modern. Hence, in order to understand these terms, we need to understand the word modern. Does it have a temporal significance? Does it have a temporal experience? Colloquially, the term modern is something which travels with us as the years tick by, an adjective that specifies time, the time now versus the time past. For example, what was considered to be a modern car in the 1920s is very different to what is considered to be a modern car in the 2020s. When used in this regard, we might consider the word modern to have a lot in common with the word contemporary, meaning something of the period in which we are speaking of one time, of one period. This use of the word modern is not completely objective. So, someone with a brand new Audi in 2020 may believe that it is a more modern car than someone who drives a new generation Maruti Suzuki. Despite the fact that both are contemporary, but the word actually becomes here, in the second example, becomes a subjective opinion, a value judgment. So, in our discussion of the term modern, we need to keep both these meanings of the word modern in the back of our mind. Hence, when we use the term modern to mean anything that is new, that is contemporary, we often subconsciously are invoking the idea that what is new is fundamentally better than what is older. The term modernism then is not used to describe the works of art that are being created now in the year 2021. Instead, it is used to describe a specific period in history from the end of 19th century to about the middle of the 20th century. Some people might describe modernism as a singular artistic movement. However, I would say it is more accurate to describe it as a collection of movements. There is usually a considerable similarity between the artistic styles among all the artists that are creating work as part of that movement. Among the many artists we associate with modernism or consider them to be modernists, however, there is a huge deviation in both the form and content of their works. Let us begin by taking an example from visual art. So, the French artist Claude Monet's work titled Water Lilies, that was created in 1919, and the Spanish maestro Pablo Picasso's The Weeping Woman, created in 1937. They both are widely considered to be examples of modernist art. Their styles, however, are incredibly different. The reason for this is that Monet considered himself to be an impressionist, while Picasso was the artist who pioneered the Cubism movement. The Impressionists, they sought a new way to capture nature within art. They were in favor of carrying their oils and pastels outdoors, and they were in favor of painting them in original position. They were really interested in seeing how the amount or the quality of light affects the appearance of the same landscape. The Cubists, on the other hand, were interested in geometric facetting of objects of space. And unlike the Impressionists, the Cubists were more interested in capturing the totality of the object of their artwork while presenting multiple viewpoints. So, the works of art made by Impressionists and the Cubists are vastly different. Their artistic styles are vastly different. And it may superficially appear that they have absolutely nothing in common. Yet, interestingly, we discuss both being forms of modernism. Perhaps it is best to consider modernism then not as a particular collection of thoughts, but instead as a way of thinking. Both Monet and Picasso rejected the artistic forms and the artistic ideas that came before them from the pre-modern era. The Impressionists and the Cubists were interested in privileging artistic technique when they were discussing ideas with very little thought of divine inspiration that was done in the pre-modern era. What modernist movements then have in common is a rejection of the past. What they have in common then is the idea that they make art objectively better. And this is true across all art forms. If the same thing happens today, we would look at these artists with great suspicion. But with the developments that occurred during the modernist era, which may seem to be unrelated, which may seem to be contradictory, but what unites modernism across all different art and movements is the specific way of thinking. It is a period of explosive formal movements, formal experiments. And in particular, we can see this in the plethora of manifestos that were published announcing each of the artistic movements throughout this period. And in mentioning manifestos, it is perhaps worth turning briefly to politics too, where we can see a similar thing happening, which might help us to synthesize this idea of modernism as a way of thinking. If the modern period was that in which the isms dominated within art, they also dominated within politics. There had been disagreements in how to run best a country, a continent, or the world in the past. However, it is in this period that we begin to see some of the modern political ideologies develop. Socialism, capitalism gets its name, and fascism takes its hold in Europe. Each of these sees itself as the defining political ideology which can take humanity to a better place, to some kind of utopia. So it would be apt for us to state that modernism was a whole array of movements, from impressionism and cubism in art to futurism, naturalism in performance to anarchism and socialism in politics. It is a period in history in which the way we think about society, the way we think about the world, and therefore about its culture and art, and all the many of these artistic movements consider themselves to be breaking away from the past. They are therefore they are also pushing forward human progress, and in doing so, they fall into the trap that we discussed in the beginning of the presentation of assuming their objective critique of things, which are modern, to be fundamentally better than those which have gone before. And they don't engage critically with the concept and assume it to be a value judgment. They embrace it as an objective fact. And this gets questioned more later when the world witnesses 2 world wars in quick succession. Now let us return to Picasso's painting, The Weeping Woman. We all know that it has been described as the most complex, the most fragmented, the most highly colored of all the Weeping Women artworks. This painting was also famous for its complex and distorted composition, its somber atmosphere of anxiety, of depression. In the late 1930s, Picasso was fascinated with the subjects of sorrow and grief, and he used his muse Dora Maar as an inspiration for the Weeping Woman. In addition to if you look at the painting, in addition to the confused mass of hands, mouth, teeth, handkerchief, and tears in the center of the painting, Picasso also depicted the eyes with great analytical attention. The face is portrayed from mixed viewpoints, and the nose is in the profile, the mouth is shown in 3/4 view, and the eyes viewed from the front. The sharp angles that reflect intense pain and the strident palette of acid greens and hot purples allows no rest to the eyes. We can see only protest and accusation. Picasso created this painting during the Spanish Civil War, which broke out in July 1936, and this painting was part of a series of works in response to the bombing of Guernica in the Spanish Civil War. And this particular painting was a personal protest after seeing the newspaper photographs of the bombing event. And this painting therefore stands as a strong, iconic denouement of the atrocities and inhumanity of modern warfare. So I argue that the experience of reading modernist literature is akin to that of reading Picasso's painting, The Weeping Woman. The painting reminds us of the modernist engagement with fragmented reality. The painting reminds us of the rejection of the past. The painting reminds us of encountering the desire for the whole. And this engagement with the fragmented reality we see in literature, we see in architecture, we see in music, be it Woolf's novel Jacob's Room, Joyce's Ulysses, T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land, or Yeats's Second Coming, be it the compositions of Debussy, Schoenberg, Stravinsky. Fragmentation in these works are engaged with collage of scraps of literary, music traditions. And in Picasso's The Weeping Woman, we are able to create a picture of wholeness through fragments. And readers undergo a process in which fragmentation is acknowledged, and an attempt to structure these fragments is made. This paradox, the paradox of fragmentation and completeness, is the heart of modernism. Thus, it would be apt to say that modernism is like Picasso's The Weeping Woman, a way of thinking, a meta-narrative that is avant-gardist in essence. This painting also is an acrimonious reminder of how human beings are doomed to exist in a state of social fragmentation. And simultaneously, they are also yearning to escape this situation. This alienation leads to a problematizing of identity, of individuality. Who am I? Asks Virginia Woolf's Bernard in her experimental novel The Waves. And his question is emblematic of a recurrent problem for modernist artists. No wonder this way of thinking culminates into high modernism, which was an austere, abstract, and anti-humanist vision of modernism, and that later became a more elitist project than its predecessor. And after that, as Lyotard said in the postmodernist condition, incredulity towards modernism develops, and little narratives are born. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We shall reserve the comments towards the end. We move on to the next panelist, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee. He is trained under renowned teachers whom he fondly remembers and is an excellent teacher himself. He is sought after academic speaker on national and international platforms and a research guide. He has books, articles, translations to his credit. Awarded with the Fulbright Equivalent Fellowship for his academic visit to the University of Louisville, USA, and the Dollarhigh Market Best Researchers Award, and certificates of distinctions in poetry writing, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee dons many feathers in his cap. His areas of interest are literary criticism and theory, cultural studies, poetry, and women's writing. He has 5 books on his credit. I would invite you, sir, to share your views today.
Thank you, Tisha. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I congratulate the entire Christ College, Department of English, as well as the entire college. I, on behalf of the Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, really take pride that so many of you, so many of our alumni are there in Christ College doing such wonderful work. My paper, and I have a paper in the old-fashioned style. Bhavisha was talking about live panel discussion. This might be an enlivening panel discussion, but certainly it is not a live panel discussion. It is virtual. And so I have a paper to keep to time. Like Professor Chaudhary, who mentioned Picasso, remembered the Spanish Civil War and the oncoming Second World War. There is a connection. What I'm going to read, it is about Virginia Woolf's 3 Guineas. I feel that it is a slightly neglected text here, although I would be concentrating on 3 Guineas and as a result, a room of one's own. But the area, the topic is really vast, and I have titled my paper, I have had a problem in titling my paper, and that I'll come towards the end, but tentatively as Role of Women in a World of Conflicts, reading Virginia Woolf's 3 Guineas. I begin this paper with an epigraph from Italian woman Renaissance poet Vittoria Colonna, who says, "You men, driven by rage, considering nothing but your honor, commonly go off shouting with great fury to confront danger. We remain with fear in our heart and grief on our brow for you. Sister longs for brother, wife for husband, mother for son." This is in the early 16th century, Vittoria Colonna writing. If modernity is characterized by rapid industrialization and urbanization, along with decolonization and democratization, along with the earliest signs of globalization in the forms of the rise of advanced means of transportation and communication, all these socioeconomic, political, and cultural high watermarks stood to be completely annihilated by the 2 great wars, between which is the often acknowledged span of our high modernism. Virginia Woolf's 3 Guineas primarily responds to war against the backdrop of the Spanish Civil War and the imminent World War II, with the knowledge of the devastation and the utterly meaningless loss of millions of young lives in the earlier World War. This paper makes an attempt at reading 3 Guineas and discusses how Woolf expands her ideas about the role and position of women in her own contemporary society from her earlier and more famous non-fictional work, A Room of One's Own. It contends that 3 Guineas is relatively ignored by critics discussing Woolf, even when the discussion is on the world wars, and literary responses through prose writing, as can be gauged by the otherwise landmark text by Paul Fussell, The Great War and Modern Memory, which gives space to Jacob's Room and Between the Acts, which is Woolf's final novel, as you know, in which the story about the staging of an annual pageant takes place over the course of a characteristically single day in an English country house as the dark clouds of the Second World War gather. 3 Guineas was published in 1938 as an anti-fascist essay on women's resistance to war. Woolf's original plan, however, that began far back as an as in 1931, was to write a sequel to A Room of One's Own through what she called, quote unquote, novel essay, blending both the forms, to quote her, to take in everything, sex, education, life, etc., over a time period spanning 1880 to her present time. Eventually, she decided to separate both the genres, calling the novel The Years and the essay in 3 parts, 3 guineas. The Years can be interpreted, according to critics like Laura Marcus, as, I quote, a thoroughly political novel in its analysis of the institutions of power, the universities, the bar, the army, and the masculine procession described with such devastating satire in 3 guineas, I unquote. 3 guineas is also Woolf's most direct response to war, not simply as an individual writer and thinker of a time, but a response on behalf of all women. Earlier, and besides Between the Acts, Woolf did show that, like so many other modern writers, war did have an effect on her by placing the shell-shocked former World War I soldier, Septimus Warren Smith, as a kind of a subplot in Mrs. Dalloway. And then in To the Lighthouse, the war is mentioned in parentheses when Andrew Ramsay dies of an exploding shell in France. And again, in the same section of the second part of the novel entitled Time Passes, and again within parentheses that, I quote, Mr. Carmichael brought out a volume of poems that spring, which had an unexpected success. The war, people said, had revived their interest in poetry, I unquote. But in 3 guineas, war, all wars, is discussed directly and at length by Woolf as a deplorable and destructive act wreaked upon the human society by men, and men alone, with women being complete outsiders in the whole affair, from planning to financing to execution. And from an outsider's position, Woolf can only speculate how women can play a role in stopping wars. The question comes back actually to why women are outsiders. The answer is abjectly clear. Wars, beside taking lives, severely affect the material condition of the society. And it is in the material transactions, as emphasized earlier in A Room of One's Own, that women are largely outsiders. In A Room of One's Own, written nearly a decade before 3 guineas, Woolf's emphasis was relatively literal, I would say, asking women to achieve earnings of £500 a year that would ensure them, besides 2 square meals a day, as is the fact that they tend to be less well-fed than men. Besides 2 square meals a day, that would assure them of their independent space from the security of which they can write all genres, including travel writing, and their own money would fuel their travels and exposure to the outside world, and thereby contribute to the world of ideas, so long in the domain of men. But in 3 guineas, she dwells more at length at the formative conditions for women to become professionals, administrators, and decision makers in the society, without which the room that she might gain as her own might transform into a prison cell, shutting her in as the world outside marches on in war or peace, caring very little to what women think or feel. Women might gain recognition as writers of books, but symbolically, they might be treated as a quaint book shut and kept away from the realities of life. It is this binary of fact and fiction, and women being marginalized from the former, that is the living realities of life, that she became acutely aware of in the process of writing both the novel The Years and the essay 3 guineas. It can also be said that the very basis of these 2 works, and certainly of 3 guineas, that it was written countering the factuality of war photographs sent by a male correspondent to her with the question, how in your opinion are we to prevent war? That remained unanswered even after 3 years. And it took her this long simply to measure up the facts that marginalize women from estimating their own realities of life. Time and again, in this extensively researched essay, appended with her own notes and references, Woolf recounts several fact checks about the status of women. The first of these, I quote, these historical but deplorable facts, unquote, is about women's education or the lack of it, simply because nobody would finance women's education in terms of the very basic requirement of a building where women could go to study. A collective opinion on this and a pressure cannot simply be built because women till recently were disenfranchised. There's an interesting, more than a page-long observation in her notes about how much educated men spent on the education of their own daughters vis-a-vis their sons. And the statistics stack up to 100 times lesser for the daughters. And this is where her first 2 guineas would be given. By the way, we talk about crowdfunding these days. Virginia Woolf was crowdfunding 70, 80 years ago. This is where her first 2 guineas would be given. The first for the construction of new buildings for women's education, and the second for helping women enter all professions hitherto debarred for them. But these 2 guineas are given with the condition that, I quote, "You shall swear that you will do all in your power to insist that any woman who enters any profession shall in no way hinder any other human being, whether man or woman, white or black, provided that he or she is qualified to enter that profession from entering it, but shall do all in her power to help them." I unquote. There's a further condition attached, and which is, she says, "You refuse to be separated from poverty, chastity, derision, and freedom from unreal loyalties." Unquote. This exhortation is then further elaborated. For example, by poverty, and poverty is another issue in a room of one's own also. By poverty, Woolf means earning enough to be independent of any other human being and to buy that modicum of health, nutrition included, health, leisure, and knowledge. Chastity refers to professional purity and not of the body. That is, I quote her, "to give the knowledge acquired professionally to those who need it for free." By derision, she acknowledges the word, it has severely pejorative connotation, but by derision is meant to have the courage and be in a position to mock at those men who attempt to buy out women by enticing them through, quote unquote, badges, orders, or degrees. And I quote, "by freedom from unreal loyalties is meant that you must rid yourself of pride and nationality in the first place, also of religious pride, college pride, school pride, family pride, sex pride, and those unreal loyalties that spring from them. Directly the seducers come with their seductions to bribe you into captivity, tear up the parchments, refuse to fill up the forms." I unquote. The 3rd guinea, unlike the first 2, is given with no condition. It is, as she says, a free gift given freely without any other conditions than you choose to impose upon yourself. Unquote. It is given to the male correspondent who had asked her the question 3 years ago as to how war could be prevented, and given for the prevention of war. But the irony is, even if women want, they can't set any condition with this last guinea because they have always remained the outsiders, only the sufferers in situations of war. So this guinea becomes a kind of an anti-subscription of war from a member of the outsiders society. As mentioned at the beginning, initially I struggled with finding a title to this presentation and thought of various others. But I don't claim that this title that I have put now is any better, but I think that the word conflict in my title chosen gives a nuance of perpetuity towards marginalization, looking at women before, beyond, and after direct war-like situations. In that sense, then, women have always been in conflict zones of position, profession, equal pay, power, representation, recognition, and choices in life. Woolf herself captures this perpetual conflict in the clamor to confine women in the debates on the radio and the press in England, accurately towards the end of her essay, when she echoes the voices of, I quote, "the fathers who are infected with infantile fixation, shouting." And what do they shout? "Homes are the real places of the women. Let them go back to their homes. The government should give work to men. A strong protest is to be made by the Ministry of Labor. Women must not rule over men. There are two worlds, one for women, the other for men. Let them learn to cook our dinners. Women have failed, they have failed, they have failed. I end quote. A final word on the relevance of this essay. The epigraph of this paper is from a mid-16th century poem containing the germ of what has been discussed in Three Guineas. And in our time, we find Susan Sontag's Regarding the Pain of Others, 2004, beginning with a discussion of this essay. That's the temporal span of relevance then. From another perspective, recollecting Habermas's opinion that modernity is an incomplete project, we find so many modern works anticipating the postmodern. So is the case with Three Guineas, which at places takes the tone of a post-feminist text. At others, makes us aware of the debates about nationalism in a globalized world. Still at others, comes to us with a new historicist consciousness. And structurally, with its extensively researched notes at the end, it resembles any scholarly postmodernist theoretical essay with a self-reflexivity of the authorial endnotes and the dialogic nature of the crisscross of ideas through the many references. Most importantly, Three Guineas reminds us that pacifism is still an outdated word, and of the central paradox where women are concerned that the Renaissance had bypassed women, the Enlightenment had bypassed women, great revolutions like the French Revolution had bypassed women. Only the 20th century modern times did women get a chance to come out of the four walls of their confinement, that too because of the Great War, resulting into their getting voting rights in America in 1920 and in England in 1928. But even today, where war is the issue, women are still completely outsiders, as they have been for the past 2000 years of recorded history. Albeit, now they feature importantly in postmodern literature and film, but mostly in the fantasy genre. In the end, we must not forget that Three Guineas, like A Room of One's Own, was a talk delivered to groups of young women. Three Guineas anticipates the famous I Have a Dream speech, mentioning that the human mind since the beginning of time has been haunted by dreams of peace and dreams of freedom, materialized in every age by the poets. Sitangshu sir was mentioning about the poets and their role. So realized the dreams of peace, dreams of freedom, realized in every age by the poets, whereas it has been the responsibility of prose, like this essay, to sort out the nitty-gritties of lived life and attempt to make it, for women as well as men, for all, more peaceful, happier, better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mukherjee, sir.
Thank you.
We move on to the next speaker, Dr. Amrit Sen. Dr. Amrit Sen's doctoral dissertation on metafiction as a strategy won him the Outstanding Research Award, and the Continuum prevailed, awarding him the Outstanding Thesis Award by the Government of India, a Research Award by UGC. He is the joint coordinator of the UGC project, the Scotland and India Continuum, and deputy coordinator of UGC SAP program on Tagore, East-West Conference. He is the joint editor of Vishwa Bharati and has translated and performed Tagore's dance dramas. He is an international speaker invited to the University of Oxford, Scotland, China, and Mauritius. Sir, I'd now hand over the session to you to express your views. We have made you the co-host, so you can share the slide from your side.
Right. Am I audible, and are the slides visible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. I am very grateful to Christ College, Rajkot, for allowing me this space to share my ideas with some of the very eminent scholars in this field. And I congratulate all the faculty and the management for hosting such an efficient and provocative seminar. Now, as I was listening to my former speakers, I was struck by the ways in which there was this interplay of the macro and the micro sort of contexts of modernism, as it were. I was struck by also the point that Professor Chakraborty was mentioning, that that there is this concept of many modernisms rather than one single modernism, as in the way, Lovejoy once talked about many romanticisms, and this kind of interplay between the many modernisms, the many forms of art, and the ways in which they sort of manifested different paths. Now, my question will sort of return this issue to the Indian context, as it were, as to what happened in India during modernism. And it's a huge topic, talking about Indian modernisms, as it were. Therefore, I restrict myself to the one which I know more or less intelligibly, and I'm sure others will fill in their own perspectives, although I'll finally make a few comments about Indian modernisms following Vinay Dharwad. So I've titled this Bengali Modernism in the Shadow of Tagore. And Tagore becomes crucial for me in this case because of two reasons. One is that he was acutely aware of the international scenario, being one of the most cosmopolitan of the Indian poets. And the second is that he had actually come into contact with many of these modernist poets who were experimenting with different kinds of poetry. You remember he had, even before he traveled to England, gone to Paris to witness the Impressionist exhibition. He had actually been great friends with Yeats. He had met Ezra Pound. He had translated Eliot himself. He had met Freud, incidentally. Therefore, more or less, the gamut of the intellectuals of modernism were well versed, or Tagore was well versed with the movements that were happening. So in that sense, we get a very direct encounter with modernism as such in Tagore's writings. Now, obviously, given Tagore's huge corpus, my second caveat is that I'm going to restrict myself to poetry alone because of the scope of today's discussion. Let me just mention that in terms of several other genres, especially in terms of the short story, especially in terms of texts like The Home and the World, the novels, Tagore was a far more radical modernist than he was in his poetry. And also, very interestingly, in his art, which, if I had time, I would have talked about. As Octavio Paz said, Tagore was a traditionalist in his poetry. He was a radical in his paintings. But that is another issue. If somebody else is interested, maybe we can talk about it later on. Now, I've just divided this into three parts. The first is what was Tagore's response to modernist poetry. The second is how did the post-Tagorean poets respond to this? And remember, Tagore had this long span of life. Therefore, most of them were actually writing in his shadow, as it were, as he was living. And the third thing, which I think both my speakers have provided, is the coexistence of the local and the global elements, and how this idiom of modernism was actually sort of transferred into Indian texts, something which I think Sherry Jacob will also bring in his lectures. Now, I won't read out what is given here. I'd just like to mention 2 or 3 points. One is that for somebody like Tagore, who was talking about the human relationship with nature, he was talking about all his poetry was being manifested through the relationship between God and divinity, Gitanjali being such a very crucial example. For him, this kind of fragmentation that Madhurita was talking about, would have been rather painful. And therefore, there's a sense of unintelligibility and inhospitality that Tagore talks about when he refers to this modern poetry. And there's also this idea of this entire concept of what poetry does and what is the function of the poet. And therefore, this concept of the newness, which once again Madhurita was bringing out with such great clarity, this concept of newness, Rabindranath was largely dismissing as a sense of, rejection of the old just because it is old. Right. And you'll remember, of course, you can agree or disagree with Tagore, especially the ways in which myth served as that kind of a link between the past and the present for the modernists, something which, interestingly, Jivanananda, the post-Tagorean poet, will explore. And therefore, Tagore's term used for modernism or modern poetry is shani. Now, therefore, it's a poetry, he says, born with palsy from its birth. Now, the second point that I would like to make is, however, Tagore did take up many of these modernist experimentations, especially in his latter poetry, Purushcho onwards. And I've given you one example of what Tagore does with modernism. And this is where, you see, we can talk about the new idiom that he's trying to bring into the text. He talks about, this poem is titled The Flute, Bashi in Bengali. And he talks about the alley of Kinu, the Goala or the milkman. And if you look at the first few stanzas, you will find how deeply modernist this poem is. It talks about the Shialda station, the electricity bill, the kind of the emaciated Bengali clerk who is living this life in the city. But take a look from the third stanza onwards, and there's this flute playing man called Kantava. And the sound of the flute, as it were, transports this entire human being to the Dhaleshwari, to a kind of a romantic background where music can attain a sublimity and essentialism, which is, in a certain way, the romantic antithesis of the modernist fragmentation. So for Rabindranath, while he was using certain modernist techniques, especially, the run-on lines, free verse, the mixture of the sadhu and the chalit, the colloquial and the more purer language, the stanza forms, in terms of theme, he was moving through the modernist to the romantic. And I think, we find within Indian poetry this replicated in the next decade as well. Now, let me then move on to the Tagore on the Indian modern poets, right? Especially the Bengali modernists that he was talking about. He talks about the bold enthusiasm, but then uses another very interesting term called curry powder reality and the flaunting of poverty combined with the unrestraint of lust. So Rabindranath was trying to articulate the fact that modernist poetry was born out of a particular situation in Europe, which, if the Indians imitated, they could not create this correlationship, the objective correlative that Eliot talked about, between the condition, the reality, and the poetic idiom. So this was his argument. Of course, it's interesting to note that this debate became very ferocious within the Bengali sort of literary scenario. And Tagore actually had to call all the poets for a meeting to resolve the issue, right? And when they sort of discarded Tagore, Tagore wrote this very interesting, novella kind of a thing, which was self-reflexive in the way in which he himself was dismissed as a criminal who remains so unjustly alive, aping the aged Wordsworth. The modernists were suitably silenced by the experimentation of Tagore. So Tagore could have, he was aware of these idioms, but he was not ready to accept them because of this disjunction between the reality and the poetic idiom. Now here is the next great Bengali poet who imported, as it were, the modernist idiom into poetry. And Jivananando, very interestingly, has a significant essay. Jivananando, like us, was a professor of English literature, by the way. And so many of the modernists were, in fact, in Bengal at least. And Jivanananda suggests that you cannot move out of the shadow of Tagore. He's so mammoth. But his critique is that in Tagore's poetry, we do not have the real poetic world. Social and historical awareness has slowed down after attaining a predetermined finale. The poet is reluctant, he says, to give full attention to this question of social awareness. Now, let me take, and to understand Jivananando's idiom, let's just take 3 poems. And that's the fun part of the seminar, getting to read, as our keynote speaker pointed out, getting to read so many poems from such a diverse range of Indian modernisms. This poem in Camp talks about a deer which is used, a female deer which is used to, trap the male counterpart so that they can be hunted down. And you see, this poem borders on this exploration of animal lust and human lust. And therefore, one of the things that the modernists were definitely doing in Bengal, at least, was bringing in this issue about love, lust, sexuality within the forum of poetry, thereby opening it up, as it were. I was listening very carefully to Bodhurita's comments about newness. This was one area which, the poets brought about. The second area, or the idiom that was being brought about, and Tagore had experimented with it also, is the squalor, immediacy of city life. Remember, this is when Kolkata, as this great urban metropolis, is growing, famine, riots are taking place, and therefore the city is, as it were, in that haze, of the chullas which are burning and creating a kind of a nightmare reality, kind of an overlapping, right, which in many ways also manifests itself in Monet's paintings. So this is Jivananando's more, modernist inclined poems. At the same time, you see, Jivanananda was taking a look also at, one of his feet was, as it were, planted within the tradition of the romantic poetry as well. So my point remaining, and this is his most famous poem titled Bonolata Shed. And if you look at that, we were talking about timescape and, space, as it were, how freely Jivanananda can move between, Egypt, he can move between Vidisha, and he can move so frequently in time, eternity, and the present Bonolata Shen. Therefore, this is a poem which is, once again, the modernist Jivanananda, sort of exploring the margins of romanticism, as it were. And interestingly, many of these modernisms across India sort of looked at and explored local realities. This global idiom, local reality, is something which is very interesting. And this is something which Rabindranath had also done. But this is the most famous Bengali poem, Banglar Mukh Ami Dekhiachi. I have seen the face of Bengal. I won't sort of quote the poem, you can read it from the screen. But interesting is the ways in which immediate local realities are being brought in by Jivanananda to suit the kind of poetic idiom. Now, the next phase of this progress of the modernists were the Kollol group. And if you find that you have the first wave of Kollol group writers, Jyotindranath Sengupta, Mohitlal Majumdar, and Nazrul Islam, all rebelling against Tagore. And interestingly, just as the way in which English modernism spread through these little magazines and were clustered around literary societies, Bengali modernism also kind of had this kind of a network. And you have the other poets like Buddhadev Bose, Premendra Mitra, the 2 journals, very importantly being 3 journals rather, Kollol, Kalio Kolom, and Pragati. And Kollol was this wave, rebellious wave, risen from the sullen vacancy of the material and intellectual world after the First World War. Now you see, again here, Nazrul Islam was very different and directly nationalist, rather than, say, poets like Premendra Mitra or Jyotindranath Sengupta, who were more inclined towards the aesthetic. And it is here also that Rabindranath was dismissed as this kind of, kind of an almost a kind of a bourgeois presence. Let Rabindranath Tagore sit blocking the road, I shall light a keen, fierce flame. So consciously trying to distance themselves from Tagore's poetic idiom through a direct language, use of violence, use of a disjunctive reality, use of the cityscape, use of sexuality and brutal, what they called a kind of a brutality and the brutal realities of the famine and the riots. Right. Of course, remember that these modernists were severely attacked by Shajanikanta Datto in another very important periodical of the period. And the three charges that were brought against Indian modernists were that of obscenity, non-literary diction, and non-indigenous sources. In fact, the word that was used for their poems was Gobita, which sort of combined the two words Gadya and Kavita. So it was called Gavita, right? In that sense, this was the reaction of the traditionalists against the modernists. So we see the kind of, replication of the literary debates in the West within the Indian scenario as well. Now, interestingly, Abu Said Ayub, one of the most perceptive critics of Rabindranath and modernity, makes some very interesting, phases of the modernist experiment, right? He says that the first to bring modernism into India was Michael Madhusudhan, especially in the way he brought the sonnet and the epic into an Indian poetic tradition. Next was Rabindranath, who was trying to bring in the earlier Vaishnav Bhakti poetry together with the spirit of European Romanticism. Then he suggests that there are three stages. One is where, with Nazrul Islam and Premendra Mitra talking about revolution and oppressed humanity. In the second, as Madhurita was talking about the high modernism, he projects, the failure of the mass movement and the movement of poetry towards a pure aesthetics. He talks about Sudhindranath Datta, Vishnu De, and Amiyo Chakraborty. And in the third phase, which is again interesting because, Madhurita talked about this, is the influx of the Marxist ideology within Bengal and the rise of an entire group of poets who take poetry as a vehicle of ideology. That is Shamar Sen, Subhash Mukhopadhyay, and therefore the sort of the use of poetry as a means of class struggle, right? However, as Syed points out, Ayub points out, that at every stage, these poets were reacting to the poetic idiom that Rabindranath had established. Now, having talked about Bengali modernisms, I would just like to sort of bring this discussion to a broader panorama through an essay by Vinay Dharwarkar, who talks about some contexts of modern Indian poetry. And Dharwarkar's kind of phasing of Indian modernisms, I'm sure later speakers will also talk about this, is interesting. He talks about these numerous complicated ways in which it is written and circulated and the networks of modernisms that Indian modernisms had in the way in which one zone was definitely impacting the other. He talks about the first phase as 1910 and 1930, where he locates very strong nationalist tendencies, Aurobindo Ghosh, Rabindranath being part of this. Then he comes to the resurgence of actually a romantic phase. And he locates, poets like Beis Barua, Maithili Sharad Gupta, where intense personal experience, emotional spontaneity, and lyricism are sort of combined in the direction of nature, melancholy, childhood, and simplicity. So in a certain sense, he says the the pan-Indian modernism is actually sort of progressing slightly behind the European counterparts. And then he talks about the progressive movement of the 1936, where you have Munshi Premchand and the ways in which poetry sort of points a bleak, often starkly violent and anti-nationalist portrait of Indian society. And then he comes to the to the Anglo-modernist tradition, which experiments with new forms and meters, breaking away from Sanskritized verse. So one, high modernist tendencies within Indian modernism, and the other, the more progressive Marxist perspective that Indian modernist poetry would take. An example of this late modernism, where Subhash Mukhopadhyay uses the Marxist perspective to talk about poetry and the way in which he rebels against Rabindranath. My love, this is not the time to play with flowers. There's a very beautiful poem, by the way, for the gamut of the audience who might be interested, where there's this Bengali line which says, "Phul putugna putugaj boshanto," whether the flowers bloom or not, today is spring. And what is interesting is, within this tradition, Subhash Mukhopadhyay and the others are actually using a lot of satire and parody, through which the Tagorean aspect of beauty is progressively deconstructed to create the picture of the starkly naked, hungry Indian society. Now, of course, I should have mentioned also one other movement which took place in the meanwhile was the Hungryalist poetry, which talked about urban hunger. And, one of the most important poets of Bengal later on would be Shukanta Bhattacharya, who would talk about the full moon, Purnima Chand, as a kind of a burnt piece of bread, jhalshana roti, right? So once again, you see how, poetry of ideology has moved away from the poetic idiom that Tagore had sort of practiced. Now, let me bring in a few conclusions. One of the major critical issues with which Rabindranath engaged in his own poetry, and he substantially critically engaged with in his different writings. It was during the period of Tagore, Jivanananda was trying to find his own idiom and moving away from the Tagorean one. Subsequently, the Kollol poets would explore the urgent historical realities of Kolkata and beyond in their own respective ways. And the themes of urban angst, famine, hunger, religious extremism, and oppression would enter their poems, giving this Bengali modernism a very local context. Thereafter, Indian modernism would chart, or rather Bengali modernism would move into a definite Marxist perspective with a substantial parody of the earlier Romantic tradition. However, very interestingly, the entire entirely Bengali modernist tradition is marked by very, very interesting, concepts, or rather, let's say, inequalities in terms of class and gender. Most of these modernist poets were, of course, became from the middle classes or the upper middle classes, actually. Secondly, there were no women at all. I am yet to find a significant Indian Bengali modernist female poet writing within the time of Tagore. Of course, later on there would be many, including substantial, novelists. The third thing is that it was very class-specific, in the sense that almost all of them came from two major Bengali classes, or two major Indian kind of castes, as it were, the Brahmins and the Vaidyas. And I think that would, I don't know, but this would probably manifest itself in also later Indian modernist poetry till a much later date when, questions of subalternity would be asked in more direct ways. So it's interesting as to way class struggle becomes a subject matter, but caste struggle never happened very substantially within the Bengali literary scenario and the political scenario as well. And finally, let me conclude by saying that same time in terms of language, prose forms, engagement with realities and history, Bengali modernism slowly grew out of the romantic tendencies within Tagore's poetry and established its own niche in the history of Bengali poetry. Let me also end with the caveat that I've restricted myself to poetry only, and that the story can alter substantially when it comes to other genres. Right. It is with that then, therefore, that I bring this entire my presentation to a close. Thank you very much for listening in and for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amrit Sen. Next, we have Professor Sherry Jacob. He works with the Union Christian College, Kerala, an institute that is proud to have hosted Gandhi and Tagore and is also celebrating 100 years of its establishment this year. He is actively involved in the postgraduate board of studies and the syllabi design for Mahatma Gandhi University. His book, Nuances, Methodology of Studying Literature, is a primer with which the UG English students start off their 3-year tryst with literary studies. His areas of interest are translation studies, cultural studies, and film studies. Over to you, Professor Sherry Jacob.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
So, as I begin, let me put on record my gratitude and happiness for being part of this international conference on high modernism. But more importantly, I was just trying to figure out how exactly to compress a lot of divergent streams that I could identify in what I call as alternative modernisms in India. But then the previous speaker made my work very, very easy. I was like, my heart was gleefully throbbing when he used the word deconstruction, when he used the word satire and parody, and also pointing out certain lacunae that you can find in terms of the class, gender, and caste angle, or the lack of consciousness about it within the different variations of Indian modernisms. Thank you, sir, for that. Because I would start off with the title of my paper, Literature as Performance, Inklings of Post-Colonial Alternative Modernisms in Mistral, Manto, Bashir, VKN, and C. Ayyappan. A Chilean lady, 2 writers whom I consider the greatest among the Malayalis, and a 3rd writer whom I would consider the strongest Dalit voice in Kerala, C. Ayyappan. And of course, the immortal Sadat Hasan Manto. What I have in mind is to just maybe for the younger minds who are listening to this, give them a few clues which they can take up, which they can investigate after listening to this small talk. Most of the stuff that I have taken for analysis are available in translation in English. And where it is not available, I would not commit by saying that maybe a little while later or a week later, I will be translating it myself and sending it to you, because I have taken a few works which are absolutely untranslatable, actually. Anyway, my basic point is, we talk about high modernism, a century has passed, but beyond that, if you look at the trajectories of the different kinds of modernisms as it is circulated in India, Kerala too, you will have to admit it's not just about there being different streams. It is also about contesting streams, which can be broadly connected with what I would suggest as performances. That's why my title holds that phrase, literature as performance. And also, I would like to draw your attention to this whole idea of alternative modernisms, because for modernism as an art form to happen, modern has to happen, modernity has to happen, colonial modernity has to happen. And this happens with different paces, different temporalities, and with different localized historical colors, if I can put it. And here, yet again, I would want you to think about the connection between what I am trying to situate as alternative modernisms and post-colonialism. There are a few curious references that I want to give you. For example, Edward Said looks at William Butler Yeats as a post-colonial writer. Or Simon Gikandi, he also looks at this whole nationalist enterprise in the interwar years and subsequently as a post-colonial enterprise. Then you have got Gayatri Spivak talking about Yeats, again from an anti-colonial nationalist point of view. You have Declan Kilburn, who considers James Joyce as the greatest of post-colonial writers, and Ulysses as a supreme instance of the post-colonial text. Then you have got David Lloyd talking about Samuel Beckett being a post-colonially oriented writer. It goes on like that. Now, along with that, I also want to just put in front of you a small snippet of information. Whatever it is that we are talking about in terms of modernism, it is not just an Anglo-American word. Actually, this word, which was something like a clarion call for making things new, making it new, make it new, it originates within the Harlem Renaissance. And the greatest year, as we all know, is 1922, beginning with the publication of Ulysses in January and ending with the publication of The Wasteland in December. But this word and the way in which these writers were trying to negotiate language as such, it has got a lot to do with crossing the race divide also. Black aesthetic also. Eliot posing as a black. And there, again, if you look at the way in which this sentiment comes up, it comes originally from Latin America, actually. You have to talk about a writer called Ruben Dario. We'll have to talk about this phrase, modernismo. And Simon Gikandi says that this word modernismo, it travels all the way from Latin America, first to Barcelona, and from Barcelona to Paris, and there you have it. That's the alternate route that is being charted, actually. But then this modernismo is not the modernism that we are talking about. That modernismo was, in a way, a reaction against extreme romanticism in Latin American poetry. And let me just freeze this line of thought and bring in something else, actually. Even when we use the word make it new or rejection of the past and fragmentation, let us not forget that every generation does it. Wordsworth was rejecting the past. Coleridge was rejecting the past. But then what is the difference in sensibility which comes? I would say the difference in sensibility is the extreme attention being paid to what I would philosophically situate as melos, M-E-L-O-S, a shift away from logos, the actual word, or maybe a shift away from whatever it was understood as standard versions of any language, whether it be English, whether it be Spanish, whether it be Malayalam. Moving away from that into a glorification of the dialect, into a glorification of the tonality, to use a thoroughly wrong Malayalam word, parachil taram ennu parayundadayitte vരും. Parachil taram. And it is here that a certain sense of the performative very specifically comes in. And I'm again very, very, very consciously narrowing down certain samples which you can actually explore later. Specifically, when I look at this wonderful lady from the first Nobel laureate from Latin America, it's not a man, it's a woman, Gabriela Mistral, I will have to again put on record that 1922 has 3 works which talks about spiritual barrenness. Of course, you have the wasteland on one side, but again, you go to the South American continent, you have got a wonderful writer called Cesar Vallejo, and he's talking about black sonnets. Look at the word. And then you have got Gabriela Mistral talking about desolation, wasteland, black sonnet, desolation. It is, there's an undergrade, if I can call it that way, of a despair and how you are going to negotiate that despair. And it is in negotiating that despair that, if you've read my short note, I would not call it a synopsis. It is a performative act. And as a performative act, I would say certain versions of modernism in its alternate manifestations stay very close to what later in time, later in history, post-structuralist, post-colonial theorists are talking about. Their works become fodder for explication here. Example 1, Jacques Derrida going gaga over James Joyce. Again, Derrida talking in a modernist strain about Kafka. And also the way in which Spivak uses the post-colonial strategy. All these comes later. And when all these come later, what happens is you get a very uneasy fit between the actual literary performance that has happened on the one side and also the way in which later post-structuralist theory, post-colonial theory take these issues up. And I'm just, again, please put in mind just 3 very specific things. The way in which Jacques Derrida talks about J.L. Austin's performativity as a literary act. Acts of literature, they are not simple writing strategies, they are acts of literature, they are events which are efficacious. They can make changes. I hope students listening to this are aware of the difference between performative utterances and constative utterances. Utterances which make a change. When you say it, the situation is changing. It's like saying maybe you can get out. It can make a difference. You're getting me out. In that sense, literature itself becomes a performative act. That's the first instance of performativity I have in mind. The second instance, it comes from Spivak, who says, performativity is a strategy that has to be used to counter hegemonic semantics. Innocent looking words, small words, which are neutral in a particular way, they can have an impact on reality in the negative sense, especially in the Indian context. If you look at the way in which the caste, gender, religious grid works, can you deploy the same words that are being used for a counter-intuitive strategies, for countering certain notions of nationalism, patriarchy, patriotism, spirituality, etc. And interestingly, Frederick Jameson makes the same claim. When asked what exactly is this whole movement called modernism, he says it's basically a problematization of this whole conundrum called nation and all the other issues which comes together, especially race. And okay, again, it might sound a bit unwieldy. 1922 for me is not about wasteland. It's not about Ulysses. Or go 2 years back, 1919. It's not about tradition and individual talent. For me, it is about a stupendous meeting which happened in Kerala between Rabindranath Tagore. That's the time when he visited our college also, 1922. And he was given a reception in Trivandrum, Tirunanthapuram, and there a Mangala Patram was read out by our Mahakavi, Kumaran Ashan. Subaltern. And 1922 is the year Kumaran Ashan comes up with the work Duravasta, where he also comes up with another work, Chandala Bhishuki. It's all talking about the subaltern caste dynamics in Kerala, the Irava dynamics in Kerala, the anti-Brahminical tirade in Kerala. That's what happens when Ashan does this, 1922. And for me, along with Ashan, what happens is the most important bit for me would be the publishing of the Black Negro anthology from Heartland, a thoroughly modernist book. Anyway, this is the background from which I would be working. I remember telling you about Desolation and Gabriela Mistral. Just listen to this and see how it fits in with the Wasteland. It's from Desolation. Cross, which no one sees and which everyone senses, invisible and true like a white mountain, we sleep upon you and live upon you. Your arms cradle us and your shadow bathes us. Love feigned a bed, but it was only your living hook and your naked log. We thought we ran free through the prairies, and we never descended from your tight embrace. Your timber, O Christ, is fresh with all human blood, and on you I inhale the wounds of my father, and on the fantasy nail that wounded him, I die. It is a lie. We have seen the nights and the days. As the son with his mother, we held on to you from the first cry to the final agony. From the first cry, go back to your Eliot, Mika, to the final agony where a desperate chant is just coming out. A multilingual chant. Da, datta, dayadun, damyata, shantihi, shantihi, shantihi. I would have wanted to bring in Cesar Vallejo also, but for lack of time, I'm just holding on. Look at the way in which a modernismo sensibility easily travels across continents to reach Paris. That's my first node. My second node is a few stories from Manto, where again this performative element very specifically comes in. You guys must be more familiar with what I'm trying to do. If you look at a work by Manto called Bapu Gopinath, just from his collection, 1947, note the date, collection, Ugad, where you have this character, Abdul Rahman Sando. You know what he uses in terms of vocabulary? Look at a word, continually, anti-keep-anti-po, continuitial, tin 50, fill 40, etc. Humorous, begin with. But then this style, again, this performative dimension, again comes up in that immortal partition story, Tetwal Ki Kutta, the dog of Tetwal, where you have Indian soldiers and Pakistani soldiers talking about naming a stray dog. And there is this particular sentence where the Pakistani commander says, naming the dog, he says, Chapad Jun Jun can only be equated with Sapad Sun Sun. Maybe, to use a cinematic language, a sharp cut or a montage into whatever it was that Charles Chaplin was doing in a modernist way, especially in The Great Dictator. The nonsense bordering Dadaist verse, etc. But yet once more, when this type of what can technically be called gibberish comes in, you will have to again take up Manto, Toba, take, sing. The gibberish that the mad man keeps on chanting throughout the story. See, it goes something like this. Upri gurgur the annex the be dhaniya o moong ki dal of the Latin. Literally, it means the lack of contemplation and lentils of the annex of the above raw sugar of the planter. But if you look at the way in which Manto uses it throughout the story, next stage it becomes like this. Upri Gurgurdi annexed the Bay, Denia ki Moong the Dal ki Pakistan government. It is not even government, it is government. Yet later it comes. Upri ki Gurgurdi annexed the Bay, the Dania, the Moong ki Dal, the of the Lalpet. And finally, angst-ridden, he comes up with this. Upar di, Gurgur di, annex di, Biara di, Moong di, Dal of the Pakistan and Hindustan of the Dar Fateh Muh. He's using Fateh Muh. Curse you. But how does this fit in? I would call this part of a modernist imaginary where Manto, in a way, is breaking certain norms regarding intelligibility. In a way, he's staying close to two people, both what Spivak calls redeployment to do away with oppressive semantics, and he's also staying very close to later what Homike Bhabha calls mimicry. And obviously, there's a sense of allegory also. And quite a few of you must be familiar with this small, minuscule story that, again, Manto has written. It's titled Mistake. It's not mistake. Mistake. M-I-S-H-T-A-K-E. You transcribe it into English. Listen to this. I will give it to you bilingual. दूरी पे छक करती हुई नाव के नीचे तक चली गई. इजर बंद कट गया. चूरी मारने वाले की मुंह से दफातन कलमाई तजुफ निकला. छी छी छी. मिस्टेक गया. The knife ripped through the belly. As it sliced down the navel, the trouser belt tore open. The one slashing the knife suddenly uttered words of regret. Chi, chi, chi. It was a mistake. Not mistake, mind you, it was a mistake. Further still, if you look at Manto's story, Koldo, an extremely, I would say, heart-wrenching act of the fanatic. Again, I'm just going forward with the assumption that you know the story, but that ending where a girl who's been gang raped, her father is anxious about her, is running here and there to locate his daughter. Finally, he locates his daughter. I'm giving you 3 different English versions. I have a reason for that. Another performative reason. Listen to the way the story ends. The doctor turned towards the body lying there, took the pulse, and addressing Suraj then said, open the window. Kholo. There was a movement in Sakina's dead body. Her lifeless hands opened the cord of her salwar and pulled it down. Old Sirajuddin shouted with joy, was in there. She's alive. My daughter is alive. The doctor stood there, breaking into a cold sweat. Another version goes like this. I, sir, I am her father. The words came out of his raspy throat. The doctor glanced at the body lying on the stretcher. He felt the pulse and pointing at the window told Sirajuddin, open it. Sakina's body stirred ever so faintly on the stretcher. With lifeless hands, she slowly undid the knot of her waistband and lowered her shalwar. She's alive! My daughter is alive! Old Sirajuddin screamed with unbounded joy. The doctor broke into a cold sweat. Sweat becomes the language. Silence becomes the language. Silence becomes an indictment. Again, from where I see it, it is a performative dimension. A lot of pain, I understand. Come Kerala, this whole grin tonality changes. Somebody whom I consider the greatest Malayali writer ever, Vaikund Muhammad Bashir, someone who has been very often compared with Manto. You have this one story by Bashir. It's about his wife asking him to write a novel, placing her as the protagonist. He never gets around to writing it. And he's telling us why he couldn't write it. And in the meantime, he tells us, you know what? Just because of this darling beloved of mine, she was irritating me. She was pestering me so much, so much, so much. I went bald. I was tearing my hair to write a wonderful novel. I couldn't. See, I have become bald. And then he gives a whole set of reasons regarding the equation, the domestic equation between him and his wife. And then at a very crucial juncture in his story, he reads out an article. He calls it the definitive encyclopedic article about women, Stree Lokam. And the wife very trickily asks him, how many women do you know to write an encyclopedic article about? So I know you, I love you, I have been living with you for so long, wonderfully. So I know everything about all women on earth. And then he reads out. The story is titled Hundrapi Busar. Trust me when I say this is not. He begins the essay within the story by saying, woman is a Hundrapi Busar. And he ends by saying, woman, Hundrapi. You get the performative dimension. It is this very same Bashir who comes up with a lot of words like this, which are in a way not Malayalam. Hullatu, pepperepe, shingadi mungan, dingen, etc., etc. Again, in a different mode, in a different track, the same post-structural performativity, this becomes fodder for such a discussion. One final person, with that I will end just 2 minutes, because it's a national audience. I hope this strikes with an ode to someone very close to me. I used to be an admirer who passed away recently, Dilip Kumar sir. I hope we are all aware of his wonderful movie, Madhumati. And you have this song in the Madhumati, Aaja re main to kab se khadi is paar. Aaja re main to kab se khadi is paar. Another wonderful modernist in Malayalam, VKN, has done something wonderfully wicked, with a wicked glee. This song accidentally gets played in a temple. And a Muslim Malayalam scholar hears this song early in the morning. Very next minute, he is rushing off to meet the most important Muslim in the village. He's a Hajjar. Hajjar means a man who has completed the Hajj pilgrimage. He goes there and says, Hajjar, these Hindus are insulting us. These Hindus are insulting. What happened? You know what? There was a song in the temple today. Hajjare, not Hajjare. Hajjare, Meto. Meto is in Malayalam, it's a derogatory address towards Muslims. Mete, types. And then there is a communal right just because. And then the collector intervenes, and then the collector comes up with a recommendation that those Hindi teachers who had gone on leave, they should be immediately brought back to all the schools, and these bloody Mallus should be taught Hindi properly. This is the recommendation that the collector gives. But then the government comes out with a verdict. Malayalam is bad in Kerala. See, look at the way in which VKN is also playing with it. I have a lot of examples, let it remain there, but my basic contention today was, there is indeed in alternative modernism in its regional versions, in Kerala especially, a streak, a gleeful streak, which is at loggerheads with the type of pain that Manto is talking about. But if you look at the deep structure, what are they trying to do? What Pound was trying to do at a metro station? Unsettling language, unsettling the basic logic with which we understand language. And maybe it is this unquiet destiny is being spoken about. That is what makes the logic of alternative modernisms in the select examples that I've placed before today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I borrow the title of the text of Virginia Woolf that Mukherjee sir reminded us, and just say 3 gazillion guineas of gratitude to all of you for compressing everything in such a small span of time and making my task very easy. So I would not want to take much time, but give it to you so that we can have a kind of a discussion. First of all, maybe all the panelists can express their views on all the areas that we have talked about, touched upon today, and then we can have a look at the questions. So may I request Madhurita ma'am to kindly express her views and start the discussion.
With this wide and vast range of research papers that we heard today and we engaged with today, what the common thread that I have found is that the modernist ideals were far-reaching, pervading art, poetry, literature, religious faith, philosophy, social organization, our regional literature, and how they all affected the activities of daily life in a major way, affected the activities of the writers. The poet Ezra Pound in 1934, the injunction to make it new, in fact, we all know that was the touchstone of the modernist approach towards what it saw as the now obsolete culture of the past. And with the last enlightening speaker, we found that how we move on to continue to make it new. We tend to create more meanings with alternative modernism. So I congratulate, in fact, the organizing committee for having so meaningfully arranged these speakers in such a way that it appears like a journey from one end to the other. Yeah.
I request Mukherjee sir to express his views.
No, I am immensely enriched by this session. And once again, like all my fellow panelists, I would say that one thing that we can take from this discussion is the ever evolving idea of the modern, which again, in one way goes back to the etymology, modo now, and every generation would certainly talk about itself as being modern. So this ever evolving idea of modern, we had this variety of presentation here, from fine arts to the last speaker talking about activism, performative aspect, and Professor Sen talking about and my presentation on probably a kind of a contemplative aspect also. So you cannot take anything away from when we say this vast array of the arts, sister arts, including literature, and thinking about literature, criticism, theory that we are talking about. At once we are reminded of an early work by, for example, Ezra Pound, a very short poem called A Pact, where he remembers Walt Whitman and comes back to his present time. And then in the perspective of looking at this newness, we also know that A Pact was written 6 years before Tradition and the Individual Talent. So here is a very tiny 9-line poem covering for this entire essay, and then taking the dialogue forward. So it has been really immensely enriching for me being here with all my fellow colleagues. Obviously, there are some very specific questions I always wanted to ask, for example, and Amritada is here, that why are the women not there in and he himself mentioned somehow the women are not there in Bengali modern poetry. But why? Scholars being there in Bengal, what is your opinion about that? So I had a very specific question to start the ball rolling in the panel discussion. But of course, we have to hear from general observations from Professor Sen and Professor Sherry Jacob. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Amrit Sen, you may take it from there.
Right. Thank you. It's been an incredibly stimulating session for me personally, and I think for people who have listened in, because you see, there was a certain kind of sort of construct of the modern, of the concept of modernism, and a certain deconstruction of it at the end of by the end of the panel. And the analytical, social, technical aspects of modernism have been sort of discussed threadbare. One of the things I was struck by, and I was sort of, while I was listening to Sherry Jacob, Sherry, I was just sort of trying to research into Kumaranasan as you were sort of making your point, and the Tagore trip of 1922. And I was just thinking about the enormous variety of nationalisms, of modernisms that we do have, and the need of more translation in tracking these kinds of alternative modernisms that exist. We and somehow I'm sure Madhurita and Sanjayda will be agreeing is, in our pedagogy, for example, we bring in, and now that the UGC has stipulated so much of the CVCS course, the Western perspective only, so that these Indian responses and the participations, resistances that happened, what the unsettling of languages that Sherry Jacob was mentioning, I think these need to be somehow transmitted to the students at large, so that our understanding of modernisms be more fuller, right? And this is where I would like to congratulate the authorities here and the department specifically for bringing us to sort of listen to such wonderful presentations and sharing our ideas, so that our understandings become more nuanced. So that was what I would sort of bring to this sort of discussion on the panel discussion, as it were. And in response to what Sanjayda just mentioned is, you see, one of the things that I would go back to is that the argument of Partha Chatterjee once again, in the way in which the external and the antapur, as it were, the domestic household was largely denied education, even within the Bengal Renaissance, as it were, that happened. Right. I still remember it was 1878 that Tagore first traveled to Britain, and he wrote back a series of letters which were which was published in the first travelogue. And he wrote that Indian women should be given far more agency. His elder brother, who edited that magazine called Bharati, sternly replied that Rabindranath is going to the dogs, and he was quickly brought back actually by his father, fearing that he would soon marry a Memsahib. The same Tagore, interestingly, had this younger sister called Swarnakumari Devi, about whom very few of us know, and who tried to write. She was an accomplished writer who wrote several novels. Interestingly, Tagore did not patronize or even write about any of these novels at all. So, there's this dichotomy here. To respond to your question, one, education. Very few women were educated. Two, very few women had the capacity to travel. And, travel at that point of time, which had we had more time, was seen as this index of modernity as well, right? Reading, access. And this is what you will find that, say, 20 years down the line, when Ashapurna Devi or Mahashweta Devi start writing, Ashapurna Devi, for example, would talk about this space and the ability of, given the educative space, the ability to read and write. So that question once again of, the woman writer having agency of reading and writing was yet not accessible when Tagore was in his heydays. And interestingly, Tagore, being very modern in his short stories, in his own children, he was actually quite regressive in giving them off in child marriages and not exactly practicing what he preached. So it's interesting. It was a society which was in a churning. And I think it would take 20 more years for the churning to sort of provide us with some of the first Indian women writers, as it were.
Yes, I'd request Professor Sherry Jacob to respond to the comments and the papers.
At the outset, what I can say is always such gatherings refresh you in a very vivid way, like listening to talks about painting, to talks about, within quotes, a forgotten or a neglected book by Virginia, or listening to a whole series of Bengali poets. But then that whole issue of translation comes in, and I personally, again, I'm putting on record, I feel a bit jealous of Calcutta, Bengal. You have a more established translation publishing scenario. I have read more than 30 works. That's what pains me sometimes. Why is it that Bashir doesn't get more of an exposure there? More importantly, he's a very untranslatable person. This person whom I call VKN, ultimate satirist. That's one thing I was just saving as an additional small input. You know, this VKN has written a story called Sherlock Holmes, where a friend of VKN comes and very excitedly tells him about, Sherlock Holmes, he can just look at the crime scene and he can tell that you are 6 feet tall, this everything, great man. Immediately a post-colonial response. Oh, he must be one hell of a gunda of a policeman to solve cases so easily. You get that post-colonial thing coming in. How do you solve cases in India? You hit. Then he said, no, he's just like our Gandhi, Sherlock Holmes, like our Gandhi. He has not even hurt a fly, he very non-violent person. And suddenly this home spirit takes hold of VKN. He tells his friend, do you see that lady walking there? She must be a elementary, my dear Watson, elementary school teacher. She must not have had her breakfast. She's rushing home because her family must be starving. She has to feed them and everything. And this friend gets very, very excited. Hey, come on, it seems that you are outdoing Holmes. Let me go and check. He said, don't bother, that's my wife. That's the last statement. Don't bother, that's my wife. So these are the or again, since Sir mentioned Virginia also, 1919, you have got this wonderful story by Virginia. It's a ghost story, just 2 pages. Monday or Tuesday. 1919, it comes up. All the romantic conceptions of the ghost story is broken. Absolutely broken. And that story ends with ghosts searching for living people's hearts. In the same way, if you look at it from the very same way, a genre is also being broken by VK. I'm talking about the death of Samuel Beckett, modernist. You know what? He's got a story. Sorry, he's got an obituary, which is a satire. An obituary, which is a satire. You know what? In Malayalam, it goes like this. Oru bucket is Samuel. Sir, not sir. Oru bucket. Balti. Ek Balti Samuel. That is the way in which he's writing the whole obituary. And in that Balti, he's got all sorts of stupid things. Actually, nobody understood him. That is why he got a Nobel Prize. Then what is he doing there? What is VKN doing? In a way, he's trying to even problematize certain transactions between what I would call Western modernism and indigenous modernisms also, including the inklings of the publishing industry. But then at the end of the day, listening to all of you, and more than that, I was going through the parallel social paper titles also. I think it would be quite befitting to say it is so huge that it cannot be tamed and put like. And again, the tangents are also different. Manto must be going in this direction. Kabiguru must be going in this direction. Bashir would be sitting there and laughing at Tiger, what are writing, man, type of thing. Maybe this is the internal dynamics that makes, especially alternative modernism, so wonderfully diverse and exciting. And anyway, hats off to this international conference because we did it. Maybe even before somebody in the West did it. At least we did a conference on 100 years of high modernism. And I'm very proud to have been part of this end. Thank you.
Okay, let's take some questions. If T.S. Eliot is a modernist, then where would we locate Gen X literature? I would open it to anybody who would like to respond to that. It's an interesting question.
Can you repeat? Can you repeat it, please? Gen X literature.
Yeah, where would we locate Gen X literature?
Can I invert this question to whoever it is who asked this question? For me, Manto and Bashir are Gen X. So what would you call contemporary people and writers?
No, I mean what we say, the good works of literature, lasting time, that is Gen X, isn't it?
Yes.
All art. Only art challenges mortality. Time takes a toll on everything. Only art, approximately, we can remember works like Shelley's Ozymandias. There is a 5,000 years or whatever years, 1,000 years of statue half sunk in the sand. But it is only art that challenges mortality. That is Gen X. Whatever challenges, whatever is contemporary is Gen X.
Okay. Another question is, if let me just try to formulate it. Yeah. So if the question, if T.S. Eliot and their gang would have been considered as somebody who fixated the term modernism with the early 20th century, then what is the movement from here? Have the historians made a mistake by calling an age and fixating the title to modernism? And the forward journey of postmodernism and then perhaps the postmodernism. So should the title also be re-evaluated? Should it also be reviewed? Because can we call something as modern?
If I can take that.
Yes.
See, in the history of intellectual movements, I think, as Madhurita pointed out, the first major departure or the kind of paradigm shift where almost all the received ideas changed, was probably the late Renaissance and the Enlightenment, what we call the early modern, as it were. And the next paradigm shift, as it were, would be the moment of modernism where ideas about society, city, human beings, the mind, the kind of conflict that human beings could sort of enter into, technology, were undergoing a radical and profound shift. Therefore, the term modern, new, would be applicable to the modern moment, as it were. Now think about another critic who was mentioned today, Lyotard, and the way in which Lyotard talks about postmodernity as moving, or subsequent modernities or subsequent ideas of the modern having moved with its own kind of motricities in the way that it has attained a life of its own, as it were, from the modern moment. It's interesting that he talks about, one figure of the 18th century, Gulliver, when he refers to this, subsequent ages, which is never in sync with technology, as it were. And one of the things that Lyotard mentions, and this is the third point that he mentions about modernity, is its way in which the avant-garde, which Lyotard sees as a kind of a critical response, right? And the strategy that Cherry was also bringing into the idea of continuous question, that idea of continuously questioning the reality is something that is a lingering after effect of modernism. So this newness, as it were, is something which I think is an aspect of modernism that is not, as it were, antithetical to the idea of subsequent modernisms sort of defying it. Modernism was marked by this spirit of newness.
Yes, the last question that we have here is, what after deconstruction? Is that such a scary thing that construction is difficult after the deconstruction theories? I guess everybody is trying to search for a path ahead from modernism and postmodernism. That's what the young generation is trying to look at what is literature moving ahead to. That's what I feel is the trend of the questions.
You see, there are certain irreversible things that has happened in society. For example, the shift from the field to the factory. Now, you cannot go back to the agrarian way of life anymore. That is one way of, literature, all arts represents life. And then again, theory arises out of the praxis of writing and literature. So one way of looking at it, I suppose I am addressing students here. One way of looking at it is to identify certain irreversible changes. And the other way of looking at it, and juxtapose both of them, is to see the continuities but evolution of something or a field. To take an example, say if you take industrialization, then you have stages of mechanization, electrification, digitization, and now virtual. Okay, so like we're meeting now, for example. Every aspect of life, every discipline of application, science, technology, discipline of knowledge, tells us that in real life, as we live life, there are certain junctures of irreversible change and then certain evolutions. And art, our intellectual climate, our zeitgeist would follow these things then. I don't know whether I have answered it, but this is what comes to my mind listening to the question.
Yes, sir. There's something else I would like to add to you, sir. It's not like, when Wordsworth and Coleridge wrote the preface to the lyrical ballads, from the very next day, everybody stopped being Augustan and everybody became romantic. Or it is not like when Wasteland and Ulysses came up, then whatever was romantic till the neo-romantic age, suddenly everybody stopped writing the romantic way, and then suddenly they became a modernist. And it is not that when Lyotard comes up with the incredulity against the grand narratives, suddenly even the ghost of Eliot will say, okay, we'll stop being modernists, and from today we will be postmodernists. And it is not that when Derrida, in a conference like this, Structure, Sign and Play, in the discourse of the human sciences, when he presents that, it is not that suddenly everybody started. There's a small problem in understanding deconstruction. Somewhere, young minds end up understanding deconstruction as destruction. Like you have something like this, that you have to powder the whole thing down and then you have to rebuild it, like making chapati from atta. No, that's not the way in which it works, to the best of my knowledge. No, it is not destruction. It's not like you have something sacrosanct there and suddenly you're pounding it and you're blasting it and you're splintering it. Need not be like that. And all these things can exist simultaneously. That's the way I look at it. All these movements can exist simultaneously. And specifically regarding deconstruction, if I allow me to say this, basically what Derrida is trying to do, to a good extent, is trying to bring some sense into official versions of nonsense, governmental nonsense. The nonsense of that's where Manto fits in, you know. Chapad Junjun can only solution. Isn't it the way in which most India-Pakistan peace talks go? But think about the way in which most Israel-Palestine peace talks go. Think about it. So even the word gibberish has a meaning. Vice versa also. That's the way I look at it. I would just request all students, young minds here, to go slow with Derrida, go slow with Barth, go slow with Lyotard, because you cannot read it like you read Davenport. That's one thing you have to always keep in. There's a time residue also that becomes very important. You know, even now, can I just quirky, not just quirky, an impish question to the young minds here. Why is it that, especially when you're sitting for an MA, after your MA, Viva Vasi, and maybe somebody like me or somebody like ma'am or any one of us asks you a question. So, what is your favorite paper? Romanticism. Which one? Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats. Not a single woman. Why? Why does it happen? This has got to do with certain pedagogical imbalances in each and every university in India. Take it in that spirit also.
Thank you, Sherry sir. I request the participants to kindly fill in the feedback forms. May I take this opportunity to thank all the panelists, Madhurita ma'am, Mukherjee sir, Sherry sir, Amrit sir. For the want of time, I cannot continue this discussion ahead, but there have been very, very vibrant reverberations which have, it would just go on. So this is not the end, it's actually the beginning. And as we took up this challenging topic, I find that it is successful because of this kind of panel discussion, which has opened up a lot of avenues of thinking and brought cross reading of thought inside our minds as well. So thank you very much for sparing your time. And on behalf of Christ College, may I offer my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for being present here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Participants, you may kindly fill the feedback form.